Hello and welcome back to Week in Review with the one and only Doooovid. I'm your host, Jen, Church of Entropy. Happy to be here this Sunday evening. What an exciting week. Looking forward to hearing everything that's been going on. I see we have a lot of tabs open as usual, so I'll hand it over to you, Doooovid, without much further ado. Unless you want a couple minutes to prep your I see you're just sending the invite or the link there. Thank you so much. We'll be doing the same in a minute. I see Daryl's already in the chat. Thanks for joining. Good to see you. We'll be off to the races in no time.
Yep, great to be back. Thanks, Jennifer. Hopefully, got an exciting stream for you this week. Hopefully, Jennifer made some progress on her writing, so we'll have a little update on that. Um, some random e-drama, e-debates, I guess like T-Jump, modern day debate. I was on Luke Ford, I think a few times. Charles Moskowitz, I think, is still on vacation. Um, also, I popped onto Logical, Probable, Plausible after the debate with T-Jump. And, God forbid it was a dumpster fire. But we'll talk about, God forbid, is T-Jump losing his mind? And
Are we going to talk about that? Someone said on that debate that I was mad at T-Jump. That's not true. I'm not mad at T-Jump. I'm not always as happy as I could be with his arguments, but that doesn't reflect on us,
you were on
as
the
people.
you were on something with T-Jump?
Oh no, just this debate that he did with the debate cafe. There's a question and someone alluded to me being, I don't know, never mind, it's nothing. Just on the subject of drama.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not even part of the drama, to put yourself in part of the drama, like if you were on the panel or you were debating him, and then to interpret it. But yeah, I don't know what the purpose of being emotionally attached just to viewing stuff. So let me clear these tabs. So I was searching for stuff on consciousness this week, and so Stephen Robbins, the Bergson holographic universe streamer, has put out a few more videos, and I guess a few weeks ago, but I haven't shared them. I didn't get to watch these yet. Um, Here was this guy out of MIT. All of these are short videos. Um, so I didn't get a chance to watch any of these yet. I just share them. Here, the Boston University students of Stephen Grossberg have put out a series of video on logical sessions about mind and computation. It said, Grossberg and the resonant mind, resonant brain, and Carl Friston and the active inference are probably the two mainstream materialistic theories of consciousness now. So I haven't had time to check out their videos, but Justin Riddle, I haven't checked his page in a while. So he's putting out videos every few weeks. Uh, Disciple of Stuart Hameroff, professor, usual participant at the Science of Consciousness conference. I didn't have a chance to watch this yet now. This guy only has 9 subs. Peter Scarisbrick, to show how reality and consciousness are inextricably linked. This is explained by building a universe from quantum processes and holons. This approach to reality and consciousness gives insight into how we think and where emotions come from, as well as many other aspects of our human condition. There are also explanations for some outstanding scientific puzzles. It has 174 total views on 15 videos in 12 parts. But I was actually looking forward to watching Peter's channel. So anyone wants to support a small channel that's about as small as you get, 9 subs. Um, Here's another channel. I found Fundamental Research in Consciousness. And I mean, guy looks Sikh, but looks like an institute. Fundamental Research in Consciousness, short name FRIC, is an organization made for commencement of a new form of science, the science of consciousness. Dr. Kanwar Harshbir Singh is an MD physician who specializes in internal medicine. He spent years in solving the problem of consciousness. In the relation, he has founded this organization, so 809 subs, and some of his videos, or at least one of his videos, even has over 10,000 views, or a few of them. So I didn't have a chance to check these out, but I'll try to check those out also. Here's Kagex. I think I've shared them before. Had a recent conference on the Cognitive Festival. So a whole bunch of sessions. Most of these I haven't had a chance to check out yet. So let's see. Did you tweet it out? If you tweet it out, I'll share it. I'll retweet it.
Not yet.
Okay, so
I'm
I'll just
still working on it.
tweet it out.
Hey, Bubblegum. I'd say the reason we can't cancel the sun is because we're contingent on it. So things that are contingent don't get to dictate things that are necessary. So it's necessary for our existence. So we don't really have any ability. And to think that we do might be a sin.
Royal Institute this week had something on evolution, and then the Royal Society also about evolution, specifically, God forbid, eugenics. The World Science Festival of Sean Carroll had, oh, there's something else. So the Wheeler Center, I didn't watch this yet, on color and consciousness, a discussion. So I didn't have a chance to check this out yet. I'm not sure the Wheeler Center, but who wants to check that out, please do. Another one, 8 subs. God forbid. Eliza Bayer, 8 subs. And it looks like she's some sort of professor of psychology teaching a course in cognitive psychology or something like that. So I thought maybe I'd check out a few of her videos or on consciousness. So God bless you, Eliza Bayer, 8 subs. Here was random. God forbid, Richard Barron, 0 subs. God forbid, a video, I guess it was a lecture given at the University of California, Stanford Medical School, that he created his own YouTube page to show, of which he has 0 subs. God forbid. So, but it was an interesting video and just related to consciousness. So here is in regard to the legal definition of consciousness in the state of California, specifically related to what is a surgeon required to report in terms of lapse of consciousness. So if you're looking at legal definitions, what does it mean to be conscious? What are you required to report to the state if a patient has a lapse of consciousness? And so we're talking about activities of daily living, sensory motory function, alertness, responsiveness, kind of basic things. But he's saying that consciousness, in this case, a medical definition with a legal definition, where a doctor would have requirements. And so you're having a legal definition of consciousness here. And so, the purpose of this isn't like the philosophy of consciousness. It's going over the new regulation in the state of California specific to the requirements to report lapses of consciousness. Just seeing here, cool worlds. Okay, so this looks like a pretty big page with something about quantum entanglement. Um, so the NI Science Festival was NI, so we had a Neil Seth lecture. Hadn't had a chance to watch it yet. NISF. Um, I'm not sure what the NI stands for. Let me just check that real quick. The doesn't say. Okay, but they had their science festival and it included, one of the big names, Neil Seth, the head of the Sackler Institute. So check that out. God forbid, this one was kind of interesting. It was research on the percentage of Joe Rogan's guests that have been Jewish. And so he had different classifiers of the type guests, and has a pretty high percentage when you talk like political guests. So like over 40% of the political guests have been Jewish. Um, Comedians in the 20%, pretty high. In the 210 of the athletes, none of them have been Jewish. So of all the guests and the recurring guests, Joe Rogan has a pretty high percentage in the 20% of Jewish guests. Although ironically, if stereotypes mean anything, of the 210 athletes that have been on Joe Rogan, none of them have been Jewish. But the other subjects have made up for him. So that video's been making the rounds, but just interesting demographic. 15 subs here. General resonance theory. Videos about time and consciousness. There's a lecture with McFadden, neuromodulation, sleep consciousness. General resonance theory is a work in progress theory developed by Dr. Tam Hunt and Dr. Jonathan Schooler of the Meta Lab at UC Santa Barbara. And God forbid, 372 views total on their 11 videos, 15 subs. So I haven't had a chance to check these out. If they're good, I'll watch all of them. So Doooovid here is giving you some under the radar theories, new theories of consciousness that you could see. Only a handful of subs. No one has caught on to this stuff yet. So you could be from one of the early adopters, early people to check out this information. The Science of Consciousness Conference posted some videos from 2014. So I'm not exactly sure if these are videos that they never posted or they're reposting for some reason. So I have to check them out. Maybe I'll watch those. So Avi Loeb was keynote at the Science of Consciousness Conference, and his head of Harvard physics department talking about UFOs, AI, time travel, different things with Kurt Dreimungal. Oh, God forbid, there was the huge cheating scandal in chess. Did you hear anything about that?
I saw like a super cringy Coke post that appeared to be alluding to that, but I did not investigate further. Would you care to share?
Yeah, this up and coming new player, 19 years old, beat the world champion Magnus Carlsen with black. And then the next day, Magnus Carlsen, this was in America, mysteriously withdraws and goes home and just makes a cryptic Twitter post. And then it comes out that this guy has cheated in the past on internet chess, and everyone thinks that the world champion is accusing him of cheating, even though he didn't directly say so, but him quitting in the middle of a tournament. most people have interpreted that has to mean that he thought the guy was cheating. And the tournament went on, and
Unprecedented levels of passive aggression, eh?
yeah, the whole week the chess world has been afoot with, is Hans Niemann cheating or not? And so the chess tournaments, they already have like security. Um, you can't have cell phones. They scan them for like radio devices. Like on the internet, because computers are so much better than people, that cheating just means that someone would have access to a computer and would be feeding moves. And even a simple computer program would be able to beat the world champion. So cheating, there's many ways to cheat. Elon Musk even made a post, God forbid, joking about anal beads, whatever that means, that he had some
Is
sort
this
of.
still about the chess thing, or this is a new topic? You
This
never
was
know
Elon
these
Musk.
days. Haha.
This was Elon Musk's statement about the chess thing, that was possibly joking, that the person, Hans Niemann, could have been cheating using anal beads, like a God forbid, some sort of computer device that sent signals through his anus, God forbid. So Elon Musk himself joined into the fray, making a comment that maybe it was anal beads, God forbid. So
I'm really happy I didn't know what that meant without you explaining it. So there you go. Celebrate the small victories. Carry on.
Chess has made international news again this week with this potential cheating scandal. And then, the whole world jumping in. How do you cheat at chess? Who cares? This was an interesting video about metal alloys of the future, and they're called high entropy alloys because usually metal alloys are vast majority one material. So here you have, like, if a material has three different elements, the vast majority of alloys are 99% of a single element and a tiny bit the other. And if you think like iron, pig iron, or steel, uh, it's vast majority iron. Most alloys, if they're metal, are very like overwhelmingly iron, with a tiny bit of other elements in them. Also, like platinum, all sorts of alloys. So high, and that has minimal entropy. So alloys that have a closer balance of the elements have more entropy. However, in recent years, they have developed alloys that have a closer balance of the various elements.
So
And these
just to
are
be clear here, higher entropy means less energy has to be spent separating them through mixing. Because presumably if something is really pure, you have to do a bunch of work to get it that way. In case people are wondering, because when we talk about entropy, it's very general. So it's like least action or free energy. We have to be specific as to what we mean. Otherwise, we're just in the territory of vagary.
yeah. So because this is most of the videos, it's about entropy in the periodic table. I thought I'd share it in engineering manufacturing. Actually, this week is the battery show, so I'll probably stream this week uh, from the battery show. And batteries aren't alloys like liquid lithium batteries, or acid batteries, nickel cadmium, all the different so those aren't really alloys, and a lot of these are used for computer chips or different things. But just thought I'd share that. Check it out. um, World Science Festival had a panel with Sean Carroll and a few guests about chemicals, consciousness, and creativity, and it was not that interesting. So I watched that earlier today. You just figure, oh, World Science Festival talking about consciousness. Sean Carroll, who I think he was on Brian Keating recently. It was kind of this like double hubris of, or maybe it was Kurt Jaimungal, where physicists trying to
Double hubris, did you say? What's that?
if it was Sean Carroll who was talking to Brian Keating or Eric Weinstein or Kirk Jaimungal, I forget the conversation which one it was, but like it was a lot of hubris, and I think we talked about it. I don't remember exactly um, what show it was, but there was a lot of hubris on Carroll's part about being a physicist. What does he know about consciousness? And so it wasn't the greatest conversation. So I thought I'd watch this, and it really wasn't very good. But like it is what it is. That's one of the big names in physics trying to talk about consciousness and psychedelics. Stanford Online University just put out a few
You're
more
talking about
courses.
Kurt Jaimungal?
Was that who Sean Carroll was on?
No, I don't know. I just was wondering if you were referencing Jaimungal, because I wouldn't call him one of the titans of consciousness, if that's what you were referring to. But you're talking about
I didn't say it was a titan of
analysts.
consciousness. I say that he was asking him about consciousness because one of the topics of his show.
Oh, okay.
It might have been Brian Keating, but I mean he's also a mathematician. So, but I mean we reviewed it, whatever it was. I'll look in a second. Stanford University published a few courses on machine learning, artificial intelligence, and natural language understanding, full courses. Transformers, also related to uh, natural language processing. So, anyone looking to take some courses, some of those courses were over the last few years. Check those out. I think they also had a course on blockchain and cryptocurrency. So it was actually from a 2019 course at Stanford, but they just released it. So if someone's interested from a technological level, check out Stanford's course on blockchain and cryptocurrency. Yeah, so it was, no, that's Sean Cale. Sean Carroll. Maybe it was Brian Case. I won't look for it now, but Sabina Hassenfelder on the multiverse, science, religion, pseudoscience, covering topics that matter.
I actually read something she wrote back, I think in 2018, about panpsychism. Wow.
You shared it. I mean, Jennifer, the upper professional level with her critiques, but yes, Sabina Hassenfelder covering some of the important topics. University of Michigan, Stephen Chu, Drew's alumni, talking about something electric. I didn't. I watched this earlier. I was watching this right before Week in Review, and I didn't watch the end. So Stephen Chu is not Michigan alumni, but he gave a speech there, and he won the Nobel Prize for laser cooling. So he was talking about that University of Michigan. This Institute of Human Anatomy was a video about inside the brain of a psychopath. And psychopaths actually have physical differences in their brain. Sociopaths, so it's unclear. I think Luke Ford, maybe he's a psychopath. A lot of people are psychopaths, like 1 out of 50 people. And so this is interesting about the neuroanatomy of the actual physical differences in the brain of psychopaths. So let me do a quick chant. So this
I really
song,
wouldn't go that far. He clearly cares about what is. I'm just baffled. Did you just say Luke Ford might be a psychopath?
Yeah.
I just think it's sort of, don't you think it's imprudent to like broad tent terms like that, so it sort of dilutes the meaning? Like if he's a psychopath, doesn't he have too much emotional range by far to be a psycho? I mean, he's on his little self-flagellation, public humiliation. I'm a narcissist LARP since how long, which indicates some type of appeal to Christian morality, doesn't it?
Um, yeah, so we talked
Like,
about this.
you know, it's a bit, I don't know.
I mean, psychopathy to some extent is could be considered a pejorative or a sociopathy. So he's been diagnosed with narcissism. He's been accused of psychopathy many times. We've discussed this. He admits to um, narcissism. I mean, psychopathy literally meaning suffering of the soul
Okay.
or
You're saying
illness of.
literally meaning that, but like when I reference meaning, generally like the first pass on meaning, I'm thinking like pedestrian colloquial definition, not Latin roots, but okay.
You know,
Psychopathy being like
psychopathy.
doesn't have any care at all for the consequences of their actions, even sometimes to the point of enjoying watching others suffer.
Well, no, that's a pejorative. So because psychopathy,
How is that pejorative?
because it just means it doesn't mean an enjoyment in the suffering of others. It just means a detachment.
That's why I said up to, and not
Yeah, I'm
necessarily.
saying you're putting it in a pejorative. That psychopathy is neutral, and psychopathy is actually um, a benefit for leadership and for positions of power, like becoming a CEO or a powerful person. And it just means a lack of emotion or detachment to good or bad. That it doesn't necessarily have to be negative. Like if you saw, God forbid, um, a baby being tortured, that your average person would have a disgust reflex and the psychopath would have no emotion. And, you're like, oh, God forbid, did you hear your parents just died or something like that? And the psychopath will no emotion, no attachment.
More
Doesn't
like a
necessarily.
very limited range.
It doesn't mean a negative affiliation in terms of an enjoyment in the suffering of others. It just means that there's um, no general negative disgust or reaction to suffering of others or emotion of others in general. And from my understanding, or certainly in my school, psychopathy is neutral. It's not good or bad. It has good or bad qualities. Many criminals, including serial rapists and murderers, are psychopaths, but also many CEOs, people who rise to business and politics, are also psychopaths. So it has potential good upside or bad side to just the detachment
Upside, what's the upside exactly?
of more ability for leadership.
So having no concern for human suffering puts you in a good place to be a leader.
Well, concern isn't the because you could have it depends how you define concern, but saying no emotional reaction, and it could make you a good doctor. Meaning to say that you could develop concern, you could be a psychopath and develop concern, and but say like if you have no reaction to blood or suffering, you could be a good surgeon. Doesn't mean you don't. It doesn't mean you enjoy the suffering or don't have concern, because concern could be developed. You just don't have an emotional reaction, and just because you have an emotional reaction doesn't actually mean concern.
Sure.
So
But does a psychopath have concern?
concern's a tough word because
Yeah.
concern isn't emotional. Concern could be
Concern
considered.
is emotional.
No,
It's
I mean
just
concern.
rational as well. It's more
Yeah, but saying
rational
that
than
if
other emotions.
concern is a cognitive function, neutral of emotion. So I mean, generally, psychopathy is related to emotion, not rationality. And in that sense, psychopaths actually have the ability to be more rational than so to say normal people.
Yeah, then you have to make the case that rationality is good, and you can't make that case. So there you go, back to zero.
Well, I'm saying that this has clearly been studied and saying there's benefits to psychopathy, even in terms instead of like being a surgeon. And when you say concern, it's not an accurate term to say that psychopaths can't be concerned or that normal people are concerned. It just means they don't have an emotional reaction to the suffering of others. They're neutral to it. But it doesn't mean that people who have an emotional reaction to others are necessarily concerned or that the emotional reaction is positive.
Mm.
So, in the sense, that's why I said that psychopaths are more likely to rise to leadership. And in a certain extent, like certain fields, it's good to be able to ignore the suffering of others because it's easier to treat people as equals or treat them according to the rules if you don't have an emotional attachment. So, I mean, God forbid, if you talk like a serial rapist or a serial killer, who, the person's like, why are you doing this to me? Don't you care that I have a family and that I'm suffering? And the psychopath will be like, no, I don't care. Um, but also in terms of leadership, in terms of getting the job done, that psychopaths will have a greater ability to sidestep um, individual people and their emotions to get the job done. And so that sense, psychopathy is actually a benefit for leadership. So we don't have to go in a circle on this, but it's
I
saying that
take your point. You
psychopathy is
articulated it
neutral,
well.
that has good and
We don't
bad
have to go in
qualities.
circles because we don't agree on this. That's fine. It's a very
If you
well
just look at
articulated point.
psychopathy as something wholly negative,
I'm not saying it's wholly negative. No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it's not balanced. It's not neutral. That implies that emotional temperances are neutral, which they're not.
what I'm saying it's like ADHD. It's a psychological, so to say, disorder, which is a pejorative, and it's just a different way of intaking information and dealing with the world and other people that has that can be beneficial or problematic. Okay, so the Jewish New Year is coming up in a few weeks. So I'll do another song. These words, this is a Lubavitch song, pretty popular song. Rachamona Deyonu Deoni Lianeni Oye Veaneni Rakamani Deani Liasira Libe. I mean, have mercy on the destitute, on on your answer the destitute, answer us. Have mercy on the destitute that pour out our heart in pain, crying to God. So it's a pretty popular tune. Showed a video of the Lubavitch Rebbe singing it from the 60s. And Rachamonu deyani deyani leyani ye oy veyani no. Ahoy, Rachamanu Deyani, 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 Oy Veyani, Rachamanu Deyani, the sphere, Levi, oh, Yaneni, oh, Yaneni. Rahmana Deyani Laspir Libe Oh Yaneni Oh Yanenu. So, basic song, El Judgment's coming, and now's the time to cry out to God for mercy and hope that God will hear our cries. So, with that, welcome to Week in Review. So, we talk also about T Jump's few debates with Ronnie Cameron on God, and then joining Logical Plausibles panel afterwards. And I did watch his other debate with Snake. And so, if you want to review that, we can. I've also been following the Destiny um, Nick Fuentes further drama and deplatforming and mass reporting and other things. And then also, God forbid, the New York Times, there's Hasidic drama with standards for Jewish education in New York City. And generally, the state has been loose on requirements for secular English education in yeshivas and Orthodox schools. And there's a vote tomorrow to try to change that, which would call for further supervision of yeshivas in New York that might force them to comply more with educational standards. And so the New York Times had a big, so to say, hit piece uh, critiquing the yeshiva system, generally trying to convince the New York regents to vote to crack down on the yeshivas. And so the Orthodox community is in an uproar, trying to do everything possible that New York State will not crack down on these yeshivas and try to mess with the way that they see fit to educate their own children. So I thought Luke was going to invite me, but he didn't stream today, and we were going to talk about that. Maybe tomorrow, the votes tomorrow. So I wouldn't be surprised if I'm Luke tomorrow talking about that, but we'll see. So with that, welcome to Week in Review, and I hand it back to Jennifer.
Hey everyone, I don't have much to talk about. I did the show with Doooovid earlier this week that we probably just shouldn't have even done. We should have just done it offline. And then we had another thing offline, which I thought went a lot better. And then I tried to work on my essay, and it was really hard. So it's still in list form. I don't know if you looked at it, but I managed to get a couple of sentences together in a paragraph, and then it really just didn't flow. And so I just thought I'd make a list of all the different ideas. And it was just interminable, which is they all sort of end up that way. And that's mostly what I did this week. Because it's, yeah. It's been fun to just be able to keep going. Sometimes I don't have the inspiration to write. And I guess that's not the case now. Hopefully sometime I'll have the inspiration to write well. And so Dude's been helping me go from total nonsense to slightly better structured nonsense with the my two problems of ambiguous pronouns and not putting the sentence in the proper subject verb object form. So hopefully
Passive
that'll
voice.
and passive voice, yeah, hopefully that'll improve shortly.
And then, just proper essay form. paragraphs and an introduction. So yeah, we could look at do some more revisions. Like so I said, okay, like Jennifer has thought intensely on various issues, developed her thoughts, has interesting ideas that far exceed her ability to write about it. So, I tried to stream. I told her we could just talk during the week offline. And I said, you want to stream? We could stream it on her channel, my channel. And it became overly argumentative. And yeah, I think it was because it was live and because of the chat, as opposed to, really me just doing her a favor, helping her edit her paper. And, so when it's not live, there's not that much to argue about. It's just like, well, what does this mean? Um, can she explain what it means, ordering it, and me recommending edits, and basic editing. So I mean, it's a thing. Like if editing papers is common, if you write, you almost always have someone else to edit for you, and it's not just editing because Jennifer really needs essay writing boot camp. Like I was explaining in a typical college course, like writing, you write 5, maybe even 10 papers over the semester. A lot of times, good school, you might have to take 2 whole college courses. So you've written like 10, 20 essays. And usually you start with 2-page essays, your typical 5-paragraph essay that has introduction, 3-paragraph body, and conclusion. And from that, you learn the basics of essay form, how to write a paragraph, introductory paragraph with a thesis statement, the body paragraphs, flow, smooth transitions, conclusion. And so here Jennifer has enough research for really like a scientific article, 10-page article, but her writing skills are not there at par. So saying if you had a good college course and you had to write like 5 2-page essays and then maybe 2 5-page essays and a 10-page essay, um, and I took multiple courses that had multiple writing assignments, and it's really a useful skill. On the stream, I showed some basic information showing that writing is really one of the most important skills that people lack, even college graduates, and especially people who major in science typically tend to have underdeveloped writing skills. And there are other things like communication skills in general, working with teams, that science majors also have failings in general in. But being able to write is right up there with one of the most useful skills that is most commonly lacking in people. So hopefully, and I'm working on it too. Like writing's not one of my fortes. Like I consider myself a good writer, proficient writer. Like I've written, I'm pumping out an essay. I took college courses, multiple courses where I wrote essays, um, but it's not one of my good subjects. That's why I got into streaming. But I say like writing is more important than streaming. Even when we talk about like T Jump, I think like Destiny had a manifesto that's no good. It's not written well. Um, Writing is the preferred medium of communication, and even though we're middle-aged adults, it pays in our middle age to develop the skill and be able to write an essay. And so hopefully we'll keep on working at it.
Yeah, for sure. You won't be disappointed if I end up going with the ghostwriter, will you? Like if
I
I
told you
eventually
I
reject
don't think we
everything
I
I've
don't
ever
think we
written for in the exchange for somebody else to write it, you won't be mad, will you?
Well, I was skeptical. I told you I don't think you'll find one. I don't think that's ever going to happen. But I mean, you do what you want. Like, no, I won't be upset if you get a ghostwriter. But I was skeptical, and I explained my reasons
But I
why.
still think this process is valuable. Those are separate for me because I like this for educational purposes.
We don't
That's
have to
why.
rehash the argument, but like
Yeah,
it was 2 weeks ago,
I don't
or
know
what,
what you're
that
thinking
I
of.
said that. No, I mean, ghostwriter is just a fantasy. It's not going to happen. You're not going to get a
That's why I said
ghostwriter.
if, not for sure. And so hypothetically, that's why I
Yeah,
framed
so
it as
that was my
hypothetical.
response. Like, it's not going to happen. And I mean,
So
I would
yes,
put extremely small chance, but like, no, it wouldn't upset me if you had a ghostwriter. I would probably even speak to your ghostwriter and help you communicate with your ghostwriter. But I would put the probability of that extremely small. And like we said the other time, that the only thing that would raise the probability of you finding a ghostwriter would be money. If you had thousands of dollars set aside, where it's not like I still hope to get a ghostwriter. Where if you told me I've set aside a few $1,000s to pay a ghostwriter, then you say, okay, well maybe. But just like I have a fantasy, I'll find a ghostwriter, versus I've set aside a few $1,000s towards a ghostwriter. Um, then still I think it probably wouldn't work out. But till without even reaching that point. Um, but there's nothing to talk about on Week in Review. Just like, okay, I have a fantasy that one day I'll have a ghostwriter, and you could repeat the fantasy the week after. And I don't think you're going to find a ghostwriter on Week in Review. Although if you did find a ghostwriter,
I don't
you
think
could
I'll
bring
find one
them.
on Week in Review, no, but I could probably find one.
Yeah, I mean, you could bring them
Oh, we
on Week
don't. We
in
won't talk
Review.
about ghostwriters. That's fine. I was just worried that maybe you'd be thinking this was somehow a waste of time. But even if I do, what I'm saying is that it's not a waste of time. And I'm really enjoying going over the essay with you, and the revisions are helping a lot, even though there isn't like a coherent essay yet. I think it's a bit closer to that point because it started out as pretty much just a diagram, and then it evolved into something that really didn't make much sense. And then something longer that made a bit more sense, and now it just keeps getting longer and longer. So I guess it's better to have too much than not enough. So yeah, I'm sorry I don't have more for my week in review because it felt like the whole week went by really quickly. And pretty much all I've been up to is working on, well, that proof I sent you, or not the proof, sorry, the eigenvalues thing, and the write up as well. Let's see here. Okay. Got to change my can you just talk for a second? I got to change the display here.
Yeah, so I watched Ronnie Cameron, who was unpolitically provoked and is an old school heel turn host, and done many debates on ethno nationalism, was unpolitically provoked, arguing in favor of God against T Jump. So I was kind of curious how that was going to turn out. An interesting debate, and Cameron put together. He did some research. He put together a decent introduction, and I think like T Jump was in character, and it was like Amy Newman modding it, and he was like calling Cameron like a moron, and I don't think he knew Cameron. And so like Cameron's like a ethno nationalist who was like on heel turn, and uses his legal name for IRL activism, and T Jump was doing his like like you're a moron, and was it was pretty baffling, and it almost got into like death threats where Cameron was like, "What the hell are you doing? Like, dude, like, we're trying to have a debate. Like, why do you keep on calling me a moron?" At one point, Cameron and I guess like Amy Newman's the host, and she's like, "Spicy, spicy." And at one point, Cameron's like, like, "Dude, you would not be calling me a moron if this was to my face." And T Jump was like, like threatened violence. He's like, "Yes, I would. I would smack you upside your head." And I don't know if Cameron's a violent guy, but like I picture him as someone who wouldn't back down from a fight. And I think he de-escalated. He just saw like T Jump's probably just an internet autist, but it was pretty weird, pretty out of character. And like T Jump, I Cameron was basically professional in his debating, and like T Jump was going like moron and then physical threats. It was really quite weird. And then like Amy Newman, he's like, the camera's like moderator, and Amy Newman's like, oh, spicy, like it's like, so I don't know if anyone watched that or had thoughts on it, but it was pretty weird. And then Logical Pop had a post show, and he put T Jump losing his mind, and then he was like telling Amy to like mute him. He was like, mute him, mute him. And it was like, it's a debate. Like T Jump was the one who was behaving badly, and so it was pretty weird. Um, so the debate didn't get too in depth into any new things. I mean, they did talk about some interesting things, but it didn't really cover any deeper, you know, thoughts. I mean, Cameron had I guess he was raised Christian, but he was arguing rationally, said he wasn't Christian anymore, but does think that there is a God and that rationalism. And he had a series of general arguments, 5 points. One of them, the existence of math um, and consciousness. And the main one they argued about was um, motive, that God has more explanatory power because it gives a motive to creation, and science can't provide a motive to creation.
Yeah, it's really interesting how a lot of these conversations are kind of circling back gradually to teleological grounds.
Well, I mean, all these arguments said that basically originate from the Greeks. So I don't think Cameron didn't have his research enough to use like the Greek terms and know the history of these arguments. Um, and then I popped
The
on
Greeks
logical.
don't have a monopoly on theological arguments. Like Platonism in itself does not offer a sufficient basis to argue quite a few things.
When we've
Like
argued
I
this
would
so many,
sooner
so many
issue,
times,
I did and would sooner issue all of it just to have the least action principle. But
I
that's
mean,
me.
even the least action principle derives from the Greeks and
Oh,
Aristotle.
sure it does, right? It's comes out of Zeno's paradox, right?
Is saying that philosophy and theology, I mean, it's literally Greek. Like all of these fields are all Greek words, and 90% of the arguments and terminology in modern science, theology, and philosophy come from the Greeks. So any of these things, like these arguments, and if you look at historical source in the Western canon, probably in the world canon, but certainly in the Western canon, they have their earliest form in the Greeks. So I was thinking of Ronnie's 5 arguments, all of them have precedence in the ancient Greeks. And so they have even Greek terminology, and so it's just, are you educated in the Greeks? Do you know the history of science to trace the ideas? If you say like the least action principle and how the ideas change, but its origins in the Greeks, and so that it's just the factual reality of the Western canon that most of it originates in the ancient Greeks. And
Are
So I
you saying
popped on the
all theological arguments that we're doing right now have to originate with the Greeks? Seems to be what you're saying.
I mean, God forbid,
What
Jennifer
are
is
you
like
saying?
is so anti-intellectual, it's annoying.
Well, is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that, like, your anti-intellectualness is annoying because you're ignorant and anti-intellectual, therefore you discredit education and intellectualism. So I'm saying something simple that the Greeks thought and did a lot of research, investigated a lot of topics, and almost all of the topics in theology, science, and philosophy, like 90% of them are stuff that the ancient Greeks thought and wrote about. So, if Jennifer wasn't so anti-intellectual or uneducated, um, you just say like, okay, here's a topic. And you're saying that, well, what did the Greeks say anything on this topic? And in most cases, yes. And so I was saying, and Jennifer, God forbid, is anti-intellectual, uneducated, because she just like she doesn't care, and then she's gonna spew her own stuff in somewhat an anti-intellectual framework because she just doesn't care that well, what did Aristotle say? What's the history of the idea? And because she's so caught up with what she has to say that she doesn't care about the history of the idea, the origin of the idea, and it's just factual that science, philosophy, theology, most of these things were thought about by the Greeks. Their origin of the current idea directly traces from the Greeks. I mean, even just looking at the page you have on, like there's a reason why it's a theta. It's because it originates and traces to the Greeks. So I mean, it's good that you're thinking, but I don't see your advantage in being like anti-intellectual and saying, okay, like you didn't research the Greeks, you don't know anything about the Greeks, and so if you say you don't care about the Greeks, and then you want to talk about ideas that the Greeks had extensively already thought about, and so just say these five arguments are all arguments that have their sources in ancient Greece.
And what about prior to that?
The earliest recorded record, I mean, it's conceivable that they predate, but the earliest recorded record is of the ancient Greeks.
Except that there's tons of prior records, so that was just get ignored by Western civilization.
Well, in the Western Canada, there's not. I mean, there's some
That's the
Egyptian.
definition of the Western canon, is ignoring stuff that happened prior. So
No,
retributive
I'm saying that,
justice to that is to ignore it.
but I'm saying the Western canon actually, most of it predates the Eastern canon.
Except that the East is old and the West is new. So I don't understand how that could possibly work.
I mean, we have the writings that like the very first appearance of the Vedic writing postdates the very first appearances.
So like this is just completely
That's why I said
not
Jennifer's
accurate.
anti-intellectual and
So
uneducated.
you want to say it's anti-intellectual. It's
But you're
going
just
against
uneducated. You don't do
falsities
yourself any
that are
favors.
promoted in education for reasons that are not true. They're political reasons.
No, I'm not talking about the politics of it. I'm talking about archaeology,
Right.
the history of
Archaeology,
the
which is
book,
interpreted
the
by
earliest recorded records
people who are
of.
paid to interpret it. So
No,
again,
we're talking
I
about verifiable, the very first.
I thought
uh,
the idea was to just argue based on ideas. Now you're saying I got to attribute all my ideas to the Greeks, or it seems like you're saying that, maybe not, but I just as soon trace the ideas back to the sutras where I can actually source them, like the epistemological primitives and stuff.
if you're using the Greek words, you're obviously not sorting them to the sutras. You're using the Western canon, and there's a reason why the terms are Greek. I don't know why the hell. I mean, so I'm just putting at you. You're anti-intellectual and uneducated. That's why we have to have the same argument. Because last week you were anti-intellectual and uneducated, and this week you're still anti-intellectual and uneducated. And it's saying like if the term you're using is Greek, you're not using Vedic terms, you're using Greek terms. There's a reason you're using Greek terms.
Colonialism?
Is that that's what you think? That's you think
Is that a
that's the
good
reason?
enough reason? Well, to me, it doesn't really matter because I'm just fine to go on the strength of the concepts. But now if it has to be dredged through the sieve of
No,
history,
because
it
I mean,
seem
I
like
mean,
what
the
I thought it
reality
was.
is
I don't want to have to credit what I'm thinking of to the Greeks because I feel like I've done what I've done in spite of that, not because of them.
because you're uneducated and anti-intellectual. You
Because
just
of
want to
how
be.
I discovered the stuff that I now have facility with.
I'm saying you discovered something that you
If
didn't
it was
discover
consistent with what
something.
I was taught in
It
school, I'd
already
be like, "Cool,
existed.
that's accurate," but it isn't, so I have
I'm
to be
saying
like,
because you're
"Unfortunately, it's
anti-intellectual
not
and
consistent."
uneducated. You didn't discover anything. This stuff existed well before it was well known. That's why I say you're anti-intellectual and uneducated, and you don't do yourself any favors by being anti-intellectual and uneducated. I'm not saying you have to
One might
study.
think restricting history to a window of 2,500 years is itself the uneducated decision.
You can have theoretical. There's a canon of information. Like there's an Aristotle, there's a Plato, there's a Pythagoras. You could have theoretical Vedic people like that don't actually exist, that or that may have exist, but their books don't exist. Their historical record doesn't exist.
Yeah,
And
so
we have Euclid, and even if Euclid, the unclear how his first book writ, if it, the Euclid, the Euclid we have when the first, but that this stuff in the schools of philosophy, these works were clearly written 22 to 2500 years ago. We know the names, we know what they wrote. In fact, we use the same terms today that they used. Philosophy, science,
that
psychology,
same line of reasoning could apply to
trigonometry.
Jesus, Doovid. That same
All
line
these
of
are
reasoning could
Greek
apply to
words.
Ju to Jesus. Does that make Jesus real?
Well, and it's, the fact the New Testament is in Greek. So I'm just saying like the
The fact
historical.
that people have been indoctrinated with stuff about Jesus for centuries doesn't speak to him being real. Same goes for
You
Plato and all
argue
the
about
rest
the
of them. That has
historical
nothing to
Plato.
do with any of it. It has to do with where the ideas come from and who should be cited and how far to go back in historical review, and it's unclear. And calling me anti-intellectual doesn't change that. I'm trying to be as neutral as possible here.
Well, I'm saying you're just uneducated, and you're on anti-intellectual because you don't care that you're uneducated. And I just said something simple, that all five of Ronnie's arguments are arguments that were used in ancient Greece.
And I agree with you. And they weren't that great.
I thought they were all good arguments. I mean, they're all the standard arguments for God.
And seems to be a lot of atheism these days
Well,
in
yeah,
our Greekish society.
I mean, God forbid. But yeah, I'm saying like people don't really care. They're anti-intellectual. They're uneducated. I mean, T Jump in general is anti-intellectual and uneducated, and that's why he's sitting here making physical threats of violence, and like even God forbid, I don't have any problems with Amy Newman, but that's why he's basically an incel, and the only woman cheering for him is Amy Newman. And like I watched that
Well, it's
Snake is
hard to
White.
encourage someone who looks miserable. That's one thing. Like, I do encourage him and support him to pursue his passion for debating, but a lot of times he really seems unhappy. And so I, at
When his
the
only
same time, don't
fangirl is
want him
Amy
to
Newman,
pursue something
God
that's going to
forbid.
make him miserable.
Well, I'm saying, God forbid, there's a certain karmatic factor where his only fangirl is Amy Newman. And you think the debate in Vosh, like that God forbid T Jump's bad karma, where Vosh beat T Jump in that debate with the argument that you're transphobic if you don't want to date trans women. I even saw that he had Destiny on his channel to talk to, like, he didn't understand that concept. He's like, I'm not transphobic, but yet he doesn't want to date trans women. And so Vouch says that makes you transphobic. If you prefer, uh, so that whatever women over trans women, then you're transphobic. So, that T Jump's bad karma, that his only fangirl is Amy Newman. And even Snake, like Snake, he's got a girl rooting for him. Like T Jump's got Leo, and end of the day, it's basically just sophistry. Like Destiny, it's basically just sophistry, and
Are you talking about philosophical debates in general, or this particular moral debate with the rocks falling thing?
what I saw this week is kind of like the collapse of T Jump.
Wow.
We're saying like he's sitting here making violent threats, initiating violent threats in a debate. Like God forbid, um, he's got like his fangirl Amy Newman, and then like he's losing a debate to Snake. Um, and then I saw like he
Well,
has two vs.
Amy Newman was Amy Newman on that Snake debate? Because I thought it was.
No,
She was
she was the moderator on who was like blatantly taking the side of T Jump.
Alrighty. I'm
Where
not sure I would concur with that.
where
Judgment.
Ronnie was like,
Okay.
moderator, like, why the hell is like you invited me on? The other guy just keeps on calling me a moron. And Amy was like, it's spicy, like, and then when T Jump started to physically threaten Ronnie, and Amy was just like, it's spicy. Yeah, that seemed a little weird. You thought that was normal? That like the moderator, like T Jump's like, you're a moron, you're a moron, and the guy asked the moderator, and the moderator was just like, it gets a little spicy here.
One thing I remember thinking distinctly
And
was
physical threats,
I
like
thought
if
it
the
would be
person
good
starts
if
making
Amy,
physical threats
and
and the
I've said this
moderator,
to Amy before, is don't be shy to hit the double mute, because right now the incentive is toward, like, there's nothing disincentivizing the nitpicking turn, twirling around in circles, like fighting bear cubs kind of thing, wolf cubs or whatever.
well, I mean, she didn't
There
take
has to be a
control.
disincentive, and if you have your hand hovering over the double mute, then nobody wins, and it's just like hit them where it hurts. That's what I would say.
Well, I
But
mean, it's,
otherwise, it's unclear. That debate was hard. It's unclear at what point to interject, as
well, I
it
mean, it's
was.
pretty clear
It
that she
sort of
was.
it had some good points, and then it really seemed to like slide into dumpster firedom with no clear line as to where the distinction took place.
Yeah, I'm saying if the moderation was biased in favor of T Jump, and that's what I'm
I'm
saying. Like,
just thinking, is that the moderation or is that T jump?
well, I mean, it's probably because Ronnie Cameron's like probably account. He's openly debate. Said it. He's a counter Semite and probably anti-trans. I'm not sure. I mean, there's pretty obvious reason why Amy Newman would favor T Jump over Cameron or be biased in his favor.
I
Because
guess it
like
just came
obvious,
across as Amy saying out of it, more or less.
yeah, I'm just saying T Jump was more the one behaving poorly, and Cameron asked for moderation, and she was like,
Uh-huh.
"It gets a little spicy," and that was her response. She wasn't like, "T Jump, stop calling him a moron," or like T Jump, stop physically threatening him.
And then there was the debate on Debate Cafe, which I thought was more interesting. The Snake was actually sort of putting forward something that wasn't lining up with what T Jump was saying. After hearing that debate, I think, yeah, Snake's definition is way more coherent than T Jump.
Well, I mean, T Jump's kind of like everything to everyone.
I don't know how you could possibly think that. Like, the guy says he doesn't give a shit. He only does debates for $50 and he doesn't like socializing. And you're like, T Jump, you're trying to be everything to everyone. It's like, that sounds like a savior complex. Like a person who's super social. I don't know. I don't
No,
know
I
where you
mean,
get
I
that.
mean, I mean his philosophy.
He's pretty restricted in what he says. He's a moral realist. That's
Yeah,
all
I mean,
he's saying.
I mean, thinking you call it the best of both worlds fallacy, like Stefan Molyneux, just where he thinks he could have
I don't think Molyneux did. I think he was more of a vagary fallacy than a best of both worlds fallacy because he was quite controversial at times. But yeah, I don't know.
well, I'm saying that you could have atheism and morality at the same time. I'm saying the best of both worlds fallacy, and then his
You're saying T Jump
and,
is trying to be an atheist and a theist at the same time, and he's getting the best of both worlds. That one, yeah, I guess that makes sense.
well, he's trying to take the benefits of theism in an atheistic framework, and just saying, okay, like like Ben Watkins, there's benefits to theism. Um, as they call like the new atheism that admits that there's many benefits, explanatory power to theism that atheism fails in. So T Jump generally is taking the best of both worlds fallacy by saying there is no benefit to theism, and all of these things could be all the generally considered beneficial things of theism, like morality, can be derived in an atheistic framework. And I mean, his framework of like harm minimization. I mean, it's not the
It's not
terminology
even
you.
that. It's not even that. It's like a minimization of involuntary imposition of will, if you want to word it as a minimization. But he doesn't even go that far because he part of his whole thing is that he doesn't want to. I mean, if you make the accusation there that he was trying to have best of both worlds, it'd be like that there's no normative entailment to moral claims. That's a position he takes that is quite strange.
I mean, he seems to be saying that there's like scientific karma, that these moral laws
Yeah, he's saying it's a law of physics, basically. And
of
he keeps coming
imposition of
back to that.
will is a physical law, like a karmatic law, even though he has no mechanism. Uh, I mean, the dualism is complicated. That's why I tried to explain to him. But you need some event mechanism to say where, if will is just a product of mind, or like a panpsychism, that for will, imposition of will, to have a conservation principle to act as a scientific law, it would have to have a medium of action where is it stored, what's the origin of will, and if will's not something physical, it's a product of mind, then it'd be very difficult to derive it as some sort of conservation scientific law. That's why most karmatic systems are dualistic, and if there is a conservation of these principles, it's in the spiritual, non-physical realm.
Well, I've
And
definitely struggled to follow his points.
yeah, I mean, you're still struggling with even what I'm saying here, and it's unfortunate. And I tried to put on logical to try to explain this, and I don't think he got it. Like he just was getting super chats and reading the super chats, and
What is it that you think I don't understand?
um, that karmatic non-physical principles have to be mediated in a spiritual separate realm.
I'm familiar with that concept. I know that that's your view due to dualism. I'm not sure why you're making that. Like, what's your main support for that claim? And but you've made the claim before, so
I mean, it's the classical view. I'll say it's the default hypothesis of spiritual systems of the majority of philosophical and theological systems. Dualism is the default position, and then from just pure metaphysics without a system, but you're just the logic of metaphysics that moral laws, non-physical karmatic laws have to be mediated, and they be mediated in a non-physical realm. If they're non-physical events, they have to be mediated in a non-physical space.
yeah. So that's dualism, pretty much.
Yeah, so it's
You're saying that T Jump is a non-dualist because he's saying that it's a physical property. There's no mediation. There's no extra physical mediation.
well, it's
There's
certainly
something you think I don't understand in that? I mean, I think what T Jump is saying is basically alluding to the ahimsa principle, but it's very clumsily worded and can be easily misinterpreted to do evil.
well, I mean, because he hasn't clearly defined will or the origin of will, that will would be subject to scientific rules.
Well, exactly. He still can't get past the Euthyphro dilemma. He doesn't understand that that's a false dichotomy. So obviously, he's way
He doesn't understand the necessity of a spiritual
outside of
realm.
what it would take to understand an argument for the necessity of dualism.
Yeah, it's the best of both worlds fallacy in the sense that he wants to have the product of dualism without dualism.
The benefits of dualism without the metaphysical commitments? Yeah, that's a very common fallacy.
So I mean, JF generally, he was a nihilist, doesn't commit the best of both worlds fallacy.
You don't think his trickster printer isn't equivalent to some sort of teleological argument?
Well, I mean, you're talking cosmology, but I mean, it'd be like Ben Watkins and just saying that there is no karma.
I'm not talking about cosmology. I'm talking about the flavor of the argument, which is an analogy based on DNA and a metaphor about printers.
But that's cosmology. That doesn't have to do with.
Isn't that just scientific speculation?
Yeah, there's nothing
Cosmology
to
to
do.
me is like ultimate origins of the universe, not life.
Well, it includes cosmology, includes the origin of life. But it's saying
Cosmology
that,
might include the origin of life. I'm not sure here what we're even saying. You don't agree that there's like a teleological subtext in JF's ideas.
well, I mean, theology just means purpose. But it's saying it's the best of
I
both
thought it
worlds.
meant like intentional structure.
Yeah, so if you want to say the best, it's a best of both worlds fallacy just to have theology or purpose. I mean, which to some extent is the theological argument. But generally, I'm not using the best of both worlds fallacy for purpose. Although you could, they're saying that generally, I tried to make the point on Logical's channel, and I don't think he appreciated my content, so I just left. Like it became a dumpster fire, and I tried interjecting to try to steer it back, and then like he threatened to like put me backstage, so I just left. But yeah, I doubt he was going to thank me for coming on, so he probably didn't value my content in the first place. but there was a point I was trying
I'm
to make.
sure he did, but there were
If he did, he probably would have said
there
it.
were very troublesome people on that channel, and he seemed to be more gearing it towards a broad audience. And I guess he's doing that as some sort of charity service thing. So I wouldn't take that personally.
Well,
I mean, he came on this channel for like 3 hours. So I'm sure we could talk to him again if you really wanted to go through arguments with him. But he's basically just going to circularly recourse to his little McCode DNA, whatever the heck that's supposed to mean, magical
when he
thinking.
advertised the post show, he even paid a super chat, and he just put the link in the thing. And I mean, he was running it kind of. He wasn't really running his own channel that well, except to. He wasn't really running his own channel at all, except to read super chats, where he's just like, "Everybody quiet now, so I could read the super chat." Um, but he wasn't really running his own channel, so like I tried to interject or steer the conversation, and no, he didn't even thank me for coming on. So I mean, it doesn't matter. Like, he made a show, he advertised it. I came on largely because I just wanted to make my comment about the debate, and I wanted to clarify that I thought that Cameron beat T Jump, and I thought T Jump was out of line, especially in terms of violence. I thought that T Jump initiated a violent threat against Cameron, and I also want to say that I thought T Jump didn't know what he was doing in terms of the violence. That I pictured him as an autist. So I just wanted to make those points kind of public, and I actually wanted Cameron to see that, and I think he did see it. He reposted that, uh, but no, I mean, whatever this guy's doing, like, he's got his own thing doing. I don't think he paid attention really to what I said or cared. He was just trying, whatever he was trying to do. Um, so it is what it is. But we could go to your essays. So like, I just started this because you needed a few minutes to ramble. So I thought I'd
I'm sorry,
mention it.
I've been
Yeah,
on for
I
a
mean,
while.
like, the debate circuit, like, modern day debate doesn't really have that much going on, and they're kind of moving into the politically provoked Warski sphere, where of like Nick Fuentes, um, like, they have T Jump or their flat Earth and occasional Christianity or evolution stuff, but they're kind of being overtaken by the remnant of the Warski, which at this point is like Nick Fuentes and Cozy TV, and now like politically provoked in the Crucible
Hmm.
and Richard Spencer, and I don't even think they knew who Ronnie Cameron was.
Well, I didn't either. So anyway, I don't care about
I
this
mean,
stuff. I want to keep talking about this. If you want to stream about this stuff, maybe do it on your channel. I'm sure the
I don't know.
audience in the chat would love that.
Well, I'm not. I was saying, trying to
So
cover
there's a
internet
question in the
debate.
chat. Yeah. Well, I think we've covered it. We're just kind of coming back to the same points here.
Yes, I mean, I don't think. I mean, T Jump also had, God forbid, the name slipping me now, that anti-Christian Jew Tuvia Singer, the one who the anti-Christian rabbi.
I've heard the name. I've never seen him before, but did you have a comment on that? Like, I don't know the meaning of that, other than
It
to think
seemed weird, like T
really
Jump was
jealous.
kissing his ass. It was really kind of mind-boggling, and I think you put it like, basically. I put on logical, is that like T Jump is becoming less a debater and molding himself into like e celeb. Like, you got to pay him, and then he just kind of repeats his performance, where he's not really listening and digesting what the other person said. So because Tuvia Singer's, he's not a huge name, um, but he's probably got tens of thousands of subs. He's been doing IRL debates against Christians and streaming for decades. I mean, he's probably comparable to, like, Dr. Brown, Michael Brown. I mean, he's the opposite because he's a Jew for Jesus, and Tuvia Singer is the main anti-Jew for Jesus. His main thing is to prevent Jews from becoming Christian and argue against Christianity, although he defends Judaism. But yeah, it seemed weird. Like T Jump didn't push him at all, and then generally was kind of like kissing his ass. And then even after on the stream, he mentioned like a few times, like he was like, "I'm better than you. I'm bigger than you. I just stream with Tuvia Singer." And it's like, like Tuvia Singer. I mean, like I've known Tuvia Singer was like for 20 years, my whole life. I'm an Orthodox Jew, but like he thinks Tuvia Singer now he's mainstream that he talked with Tuvia Singer. Like I was kind of baffled at that.
Well, it's I don't want to say different strokes for different folks, but I guess it would be a different signpost for different people.
Well, and just even seeing from his
it.
perspective, like from his perspective, like he would
Well,
think
this
like
guy, this
I've made it. I
rabbi,
had Tuvia Singer on my channel. I
on
made it.
TV a lot.
The what?
I'm sorry, I don't know anything about this rabbi, but is he like on TV a lot or something? Isn't he famous or something? I mean, that's something.
Well, I mean, I don't know how famous he is. I mean, he's not as famous as like Nick Fuentes. I mean, he's famous like Dr. Brown.
Okay.
Like no, I mean, his channel is. I'm not, I think I mean, I'll just put it up just because. He's been around a long time, but he has 60,000 subs. His most popular video has 244,000 views. He has.
T-Jump didn't actually said he's smarter, better, and everything, did he? Because I didn't actually watch the whole thing.
Then who?
Well, and the rabbis, Tuvia Singer, is that right?
No, he basically kissed the Singer's ass. So I mean, Singer has 18 million views total, 60,000 subs. But I think T Jump has. I mean, is that the biggest name that T Jump has spoken to? I think like.
Well, do you consider Destiny to be a big name? I mean, you did. At one point, you said he like embodied a generation as per the.
Yeah, my Destiny has 500,000 subs and 300 over 300 million views. I mean, Destiny's 25 times bigger than Tuvia Singer. Yeah, I mean, Destiny's way bigger than Tuvia Singer. Destiny, someone ranked as the 12th biggest political commentator in the whole world. So, like, no, I mean, Tuvia Singer is only 6 times bigger than T Jump. T Jump already has 10,000 subs. Tuvia Singer has been doing this for like 30 years. It only has 60,000 subs. I mean, he does have 18 million views. I mean, he's a big name, but I mean, he's not like like Ben Shapiro or something. He's not even Destiny. I mean, Destiny's I mean, so he had Destiny just a few weeks earlier, and he said that I heard him say it twice now that he's he said that to Ronnie Cameron. He's like, because you're nobody. You check my channel. I had Tuvia Singer on. I mean, he said that in his Cameron debate. I was like, he can't be serious. And I mean, thank God, like Rabbi Singer, God bless him. But I was like, T Jump, he really like I'm a big deal. I had Tuvia Singer on my
you're
channel.
saying that he says cringe things on the internet that are inconceivable to you? How someone could have that low of self-awareness?
Well, I mean, that because I mean, saying he's autistic didn't surprise me, but I'm surprised that he was publicly validating himself that he had Tuvia Singer on his channel.
You are surprised
that he publicly was validating
something. What is the context here? It's cringe? Are you saying it's cringe?
No, I mean, I don't know. We cringe. You're making a value judgment.
Okay.
I was saying, like, I mean, I was saying it's astonishing. It's to me, not what I would have expected. Yeah, I mean, you could call it cringe, but I'm not making a value judgment on it. But it's just surprising that T Jump would publicly validate his reputation on having Tuvia Singer and didn't even get that many views. I'm saying, like, I got more, my YouTube interview was more interesting than Tuvia Singer. It only has um, 3.4 thousand views. I mean, his thing with Ronnie Cameron got more views than with Tuvia Singer. But it just seems like, T Jump's an atheist. Here was some rabbi. I mean, he's anti-Christian. So maybe, from like a psychoanalysis, that T Jump is anti-Christian, but he's not anti-Jewish. So he had the rabbi on to validate his anti-Christianity, to be like, just Christianity is nonsense. Judaism's kind of nonsense, but it's not as bad because Judaism's like an ethnic group or something like that. I'm not. I mean, he didn't say that, but he hardly pushed back on Tuvia Singer at all, even though his arguments were, basically in line with all the other type stuff that he usually pushes back against. And then twice I saw that he publicly validated himself, like, I've made it. I'm big time now. Like, like, I'm somebody. You're nobody. Check my channel. I just talked to Tuvia Singer. So I was, maybe it's a blue-eyed thing. I mean, Tuvia Singer, the blue-eyed rabbi.
It could be. I mean, that wouldn't be unprecedented. That level of mind-boggling superficiality has been observed before.
Yeah, so just, you don't have any comment on that. I mean, one that you said, okay, that he kissed Singer's ass.
What would you like me to say about the fact that he kissed Singer's ass and so there's that, and then the contrast is, I don't, what do you, on what, in what direction did you want to comment? And I don't see, to me, what I care about are the arguments themselves.
So, I mean, he didn't really give any arguments. He basically,
hence why I'm not interested unless there's meta-analysis that's interesting. I don't know what it is because I don't know the significance of this pundit. Hasn't Claire mentioned him a bunch of times? Am I crazy?
Yeah, because he's anti-Christian. So Claire mentioned.
There you go. That's what I thought was the interesting anecdote. That was the only thing, was the fact that Claire would be jealous. I thought that was mildly funny. That was it.
Well, I mean, Claire quotes him to support her anti-Christianity. So I just, one, that T Jump would kiss his ass, and two, that he would use that to like he put that on his resume, like, of all his interviews and people that he spoke to, something like Tuvia Singer's going on his resume. So it was just, I mean, it could, the most logical is just validation of anti-Christian sentiment. So he didn't really care that much to argue against Judaism or push back on Singer's Jewish beliefs. He just wanted, some sort of anti-Christian validation. But then why would he mention that to, like, Ronnie Cameron? Like, Ronnie Cameron never heard of him. And I mean, he was saying that, that it could, like, come out that they would be like, no, I get to treat you like this because I'm somebody and you're nobody. Check my channel. I do a singer on. Even if that's the case, like, that he actually said that, is like, why would someone think that, like, no, like, oh, you get to treat me like I'm a nobody because you had this really big name interview on your channel last week. And from my, just because Singer's a rabbi, is thinking that, like, Singer, like that the name T Jump is using to validate himself as Tuvia Singer. So I thought that was quite interesting. I mean, you're the one who shared that with me. I wouldn't even seen that you shared that with me, that he had Singer on.
Sure, because I thought if there was something interesting to be said about it, you'd be the one to know what it meant, due to me only having heard this guy's name indirectly through Crazy.
Yeah, I saw Adam Green was in the chat on that, and then his mod, that, like, his Israeli mod, was accusing Adam Green of being an anti-Semite. And I also thought that possibly T Jump's attacks on Cameron were maybe like white knighting and defending the Jews. That really, when he was calling Cameron a moron and like threatening to smack him, it wasn't related to their debate. That it was, because Cameron's an anti-Semite or counter-Semite, God forbid. And so that was the undertone that I took from that in mentioning Tuvia Singer, because they didn't mention Semitism or counter-Semitism. But I mean, Cameron historically is a counter-Semite, even openly saying that on politically provoked debates. So I thought that was possibly an undertone, and like T Jump's pivoting himself as like the white knight of the Jews.
I would have a very hard time believing that. The one thing I thought was interesting was that he said he thought he always comes back to the idea about Hinduism. I think maybe you're, God forbid, anthropomorphizing T Jump a little bit.
No, I'm saying that I've noticed it a few times, like Chomsky, where he asked Chomsky about, like pushing back against Chomsky on like anti-Israel, where T Jump was like, I'm pro-Israel. I don't think Chomsky's right about Israel. And T Jump making regular comments about, like the Jews have a right to be angry, like the Holocaust. Like, I mean, T Jump has, and even like when I streamed with him, asked him like, like T Jump said he had overwhelming philo-Semitism. I mean, that on the interview where he came on and spoke to me, he said, that he was basically overwhelmingly philo-Semitic.
Awesome.
So I mean, that could be an undertone. Like he didn't mention, like that in the Cameron thing in the Singer, but that in atheists in general are, there's a lot of Jews among atheists, but T Jump maybe is even a career move to position himself as a philo-Semite, could be good for his career.
Cool. I'm sure if he sees this, he'll appreciate the breakdown. There's a bit of a commentary in the chat. I have to keep coming back to this explanation that there's an issue with causality and distinguishing between validity and soundness. And so we have to start somewhere. And eventually it all comes back to framing, even something like language, because the relations between the concepts, well, that's metaphysical. That's something that has a geometry, that has a structure, and there's some type of navigation of that structure. You have to construct a logic to do that. That's where metaphysics comes in. So you're asking for evidence, and I'm asking you for what is the coherence of your model. So what does the model say about consciousness? Can it predict behavior? No. So there's really nothing to say other than to try to just understand what is even being said. So normally you're just stuck with the mind of matter and you have no idea past that. It's just the cosmic ego. That's it. It's there. You got to have faith that it's there. I'm doing one better. I'm saying, well, that I can actually show you its form. It's the quantum periodic table. It actually means something. It has this high degree of symmetry. Not only that, but starting from this basic form, I don't want to say construct, because it's more like collapse, because that's the original superposition. And then everything is just a reduction from that initial superposition. And it definitely breaks down information way faster to be able to think 3 + 1 dimensionally. And normally you wouldn't have any type of assistance to learn how to do that. So to me, to establish the validity of this is like, well, you can perceive this shape. And obviously, I don't know if it's obvious to everybody else, but that's the shape of a space-time event. So just imagine that thing spinning increasingly faster and faster and faster. Like that's the slowest version that I have. But if you imagine it going super fast, it's going to eventually take on the superposition state, which we get familiar from previous explorations of physics, known as the space-time event, which you can easily look up. I'll just put it in the chat there. That's well known. So this tells you more than that. It says, okay, well, if you have the QMPT, it exists, and it has infinite motion when you start. Well, okay, what does that mean? Well, if I fix 1 degree, which means that I have a fixed point. So what that object there is doing is spinning around a fixed point. By sending that motion around a fixed point, is still infinite motion, but it has a restriction in 1 point. So that's what gives you the space-time event. And then you can just keep restricting. And if you line it up in a different direction, you get the hexagon. So basically every shape comes out of this one fundamental shape. And there's no particles in this system. So everything is just information, structures, data modeled across various instantiations of a higher dimensional object, which you can call an amplitude-hedron if you want to, but it's really just the various superpositions and state reductions of this, which you could call a superposition state, and that I've attempted to animate in its first reduction, which is the superposition state, where it involves fixing 1 point. So the way I generated that GIF was I just fixed the image with 1 point and rotated it around that point. Well, it's technically a line in that perception. So that's not evidence. That's a way to frame evidence. So I don't think we really need evidence in the physics sense. What we need is verification of the result of thinking about things this way. So what is more insightful? Thinking about matter in terms of particles and field excitations that have no structure at all, and never being able to explain anything fundamental about structure, and always being stuck to like really reductive, least simplistic understandings of bound containers and entropy and every single thing, or just starting with statistical thermodynamics and reducing from a general state to a specific implementation through an active inference across a set of expanding, you can call them inference rules, but really what there are protocols of implementation. So the main difference is temporality. You're looking at a straight line going on from beginning to the end. Horrible metaphysics, death, nihilism. We're at the end of the universe. Everything's horrible. That's that view. My view is simultaneous everything, total emergence. Every single model is literally model because there's only one thing going on. And so if you want to understand, now we've got to go further to actually, if you actually want to validate this yourself, you got to see the logic of the emergence model and how it's going to help you think better. So what we really need to do is just look at this through maybe even multiple truth hypothesis, that like there is a chunking and it's incredibly useful. So Daryl says it's not evidence or anything remotely close to it. That's right. It's more like some examples about a methodology, some demonstrations of the validity of a methodology. So you'd have to validate it yourself at that point, according to, the basic principles. So that would be something that I couldn't rationally convince someone of. There's a point where it's just like, here's the information, take it or leave it. But to expect to be spoon-fed and keep demanding evidence, it's like, my evidence is for me that I can understand whatever I want to understand through numbers. by being patient enough to allow a system to give me enough information to be able to tell what type of model even makes sense to impose on it in the first place. So, if you want step one for an emergence model, you need 3 or 4 or 5, but start with 3 plus 1. You need 3 plus 1 categories, and you need all the properties to divide up throughout categories. And every single one has to be connected to the complexity of the associated thing. Like it absolutely has to be matching up in terms of what you'd call emergence. Like the thing on the first level, let's say there's 3, they would all have maybe 1 property. And on the second level, let's say there's 4, they'd all have 3 properties. The second levels, all those things would be emergent from the first, and the fact that those amounts were different wouldn't contradict, and you can see how you can actually change them. So it's like a double level adaptive algorithm with no priors that is its own sort of onto itself methodology. I'm not doing a very good a job of explaining it right now, but the point of applying this to physics is that entanglement is already axiomatic, so there's no problem accounting for observations, which is a high degree of correlation, rather than presupposing something nonsensical like the null hypothesis. So I'm basically saying there's an alternative to that where you actually assume pretty much what amounts to the opposite of the null hypothesis, which is complete what you call dependent arising. And then it's a matter of like how well you can define the dependently arising, which I just recently found out is something called the indeterminate dyad, which kind of relates to like there's a connection between properties and substances that is beyond materiality, which goes to, again, the measurement limit. So really, all it is saying there's 3 plus 1 observables, and that's per order of magnification. And you can't get more than that. And if anything tells you that you are getting more than that, it's wrong. It's self-refuting for that reason. So that's a prediction that of a certain amount of redundancy. So yeah, if you want about something to do with predictions, there's that. And then in terms of evidence, I'm going to have to ask you what you mean by evidence, because to me, what matters is replicability of a method and accuracy of predictions. So, and obviously, does it give you what you want? That's really the long short of it. So I really hope people will stop asking for something as vague as evidence. If you're going to ask for evidence, specify what class of evidence you're talking about, because otherwise I'm going to just think you've misunderstood completely what the subject matter is here that we're going into, which is fundamentally centering on meaning and language and how to determine where those overlap and how reliably, for the purposes of these deeper discussions to establish truths about physics. Anyway, thanks for tolerating my incredibly long monologue here. I did a proof, just to move on to another subject. I have this super important piece of knowledge because like I'm going to work on it to get it all structured. But one part I know is super important. And again, Daryl, you have to define what you mean by empirical evidence, because I interpret that to mean of the empire, aka the Romans. Okay. So back to what I was saying. Historically, there's an incredibly important dependent arising between this concept of an eigenvalue and a computer, which has to do with the structure of a computer, which is fundamentally a matrix, which is solved by determining something called the basis in order to have the simplest form of the matrix and be able to do what's called an inversion. So if we have a matrix, a giant thing of numbers we want to multiply it a bunch of times, it's going to be very, very expensive to keep multiplying it. all those times. So the shorthand is just to like cram pimpage, so to speak, could cram computational pimpage into vectors through this process known as diagonalization, where P inverse AP equals D, where D is the diagonal matrix. So if you have to raise a matrix to the power of, let's say, 10,000, well, you don't want to have to iterate all those expressions all those times because it does it in exponential time. And so you want something that's diagonal matrix, because then you can just exponentiate all the terms diagonal to get your 10,000th term. So it reduces something, exponent to linear time. And that's why it's extremely important. And that is important because in order to correct our understanding of stuff, we have to see why it's incorrect in the first place, not just double down on flawed assumptions. Daryl. Big thing that is important to think about is why certain concepts come about. Like, there's this incredibly crazy misconception that you can't justify axioms, which is a misunderstanding of the fact that you can't prove an axiom within its own like inference structure or whatever you want to call it. You can certainly justify axioms. You can justify the axioms of math by the results they produce. You can pretty much justify anything result-wise. You can justify it otherwise, metaphysical, parsimony, all sorts of justifications you can do. The only thing you can't do legitimately, I mean, you can try, like people have, like you can Google this, people have tried to prove the parallel lines postulate, stuff just showing misunderstanding on a fundamental level of how these things are structured. But anyway, the concept of I, the square root of -1, appears to come out, of the notion of the invertibility of the rotation matrix. So I thought that was really interesting. And I've mentioned this a bunch of times, that you're like essentially doubling the cardinality of your numerical system every time you have to introduce one of these IJK additional, like, I don't know if you want to call it a synthetic basis, but it's basically something that is imposed by the will of the, like you could say arbitrarily, by the will of the mathematician to say, like, okay, we have to have solutions. We need solutions to the rotation matrix, to the eigenvalues of the rotation matrix, which is why I went through the process of deriving it, because I thought it would be worth just having this proof, because it shows that you need to have I and negative I to be able to invert just as simple a matrix, like basically the simplest rotation matrix in existence. And so my system is basically coming in and saying, well, we really need to define maybe we should reconsider the number system because of this explosion. Essentially, this computational explosion makes it really hard to get any type of a geometric intuition for what's going on. So I think by going through this explanation, it'll be helpful if anyone's getting into linear algebra, they can walk through it. And it's not super easy. Like, I even got tripped up just going over it, because eigenvalues and eigenvectors, there's a slightly different sense in how it's arranged, because you have to go from like a column to a row orientation. So it's a bit tricky. So I'm just glad to have it. I don't know if you got a chance to look at it or if you have any opinions on that, but this is sort of a part of a historical review. So I do think I have some regard for history. So yeah, we don't have to go through the whole proof, but it's very, yeah. So the solution basically is that the eigenvalues are I and negative I. You there, Doooovid? You want to keep going?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Yeah, that's pretty much all I had to say on that.
You good work with that?
I guess there's no other comments on this, just like a math proof. Unless you had any thoughts about my thesis about history revolving around the optimization of computer operations. Do you think that's a good thesis for like a latter day historical synopsis, a contextualization?
My thesis means like that's going to be the topic of a paper.
Um, well, at some point I have to justify the math system. So that would come in with talking about the history of math. And I don't think it makes sense to go all the way back to the Greeks. I think it makes sense to sort of start with Descartes and then just go from there to Gauss to, I don't want to say Wozniak, but signal processing is a big part of it. You're talking about a narrative arc. I guess I'm trying to run this by you as whether you think it's a compelling, maybe not a narrative, but like a historical, maybe historical narrative.
Yeah, because I'm having a little hard time concentrating. Um, if you want, maybe offline, we could go look at your papers again sometime this week, maybe even tomorrow, or even a few times, an hour or two, a few days this week, and keep on working on your papers. But it's probably better to do that offline, and then you could, report the progress, or when you have a finished product, we'll read it on Week in Review. But it's probably not good enough content, or it becomes too not the right venue to work on the paper on Week in Review.
Yeah, sure. If the ideas aren't clear enough, that's totally understandable. So people in the chat are talking about the history of math and everything. Yeah, it's sort of a bit more than just the history of math. It's taking the right information from history that presents the things as they are now in the right light, and understanding that things are just very complicated and you're never going to get the full picture, but just plucking out a couple of turning points maybe. And it's hard to do that with civilization, especially with latter day civilization. There's this huge explosion of, you can just attribute like thermodynamics. If you wanted to talk about, like, I think I probably want to talk about thermodynamics if I was going to talk about technology as a thing. But because I'm not talking about technology as a thing, I'm talking about math specifically for the applications of physics. I feel like I need to talk about the history of the application of math to physics, which has largely been done through computers in the modern day.
It's definitely what I'm researching on, and the thing on self, I'm going to have more about the cognitive revolution, where computer science really makes its debut into the sciences is through the cognitive revolution. And and I want to take the show in a more mathematical direction. I'm just having a hard time concentrating now. So you want to wrap up early? I mean, I guess you could keep on streaming if you want, but do you have anything else?
No, that's fine. I can keep on working. I don't want to like waste your time with helping me, so I will work until I actually have something worth looking
We could
at.
edit it. I mean, even if tomorrow afternoon, if you want to do a little bit more time just editing it, we could do that. I think online the editing takes longer, and it's probably just bad content. So even tomorrow, if you want to do a little editing, we can, and we'll eventually get through it. And yeah, I mean, certainly you want to keep on working on it. Um, I noticed Defense Politics Asia, like he started live streaming, and God forbid the war in Ukraine is really intensifying as like a counteroffensive. You see the news right now. There was like a blackout across Ukraine, and Ukraine's counteroffensive has been effective, and who knows what Russia is going to do now. But Wyatt from Defense Politics Asia has had a thousand live viewers, and I stopped following him like 2 months ago. When the war first broke out, I was watching all his programs. I found him and joined his Discord. When he was relatively new, and encouraged him and got an interview from him. But then I stopped really keeping track of the war because just going on and on. And I mean, there's God forbid people are dying in this war, but like the day by day news following of you know military events wasn't. I just stopped following it. But Russia it just slowly been making more and more progress. And in the last week, Ukraine has put together like a big counteroffensive, and they've taken back a sizable amount of territory. And now there's like a blackout across Ukraine. Like I guess Russia just bombed some critical infrastructure. But yeah, I noticed Wyatt had, like I mean, his channel has been really growing, and just in the last week, he started live streaming his stuff, and he's getting like 1,000 live viewers. So good for Wyatt. Um, Thought I'd mention that. And I encourage Jennifer. I like what she did this week. I'm just having a hard time concentrating, and I don't mind helping her edit her paper. I just don't think that's a good use of week in review. But we could find some time during the week, and editing's pretty boring. Like good editing's pretty boring. It's not good content. And so if she wants, we could find some time this week, and we'll keep on editing it, and hopefully in a few weeks we'll have a well formatted structured essay that you will make some of the stuff more comprehensible. And I like the math also. Just having a hard time concentrating, but like for future direction we can review, certainly more mathematical uh, level. And I've still been slow. I haven't worked on my self essay. I haven't been taking more notes. I'm still doing a lot of research and studying. I just I'm not sure writer's block, but I've been caught up with other things. I'm doing stuff for my parents. I'm organizing my dad's records. I'm doing that, but I I'm back to doing some work for my parents now that the construction's done in my house. I've been listing stuff on eBay again, and just other things. So I I got to get back into my own rhythm of writing, and so I'm going to sign off. If Jennifer wants to keep on streaming, that's fine. Encourage her to, and even tomorrow or a few times this week, if want to do like an hour or so, we
Well, did
could.
you want to go over your stuff about the self? Because I wouldn't mind doing that. Like, I don't find it boring.
Well, I haven't done anything new for the last few weeks. I just set it down and haven't done anything with it for a few weeks. I finished my research. I read, like a whole bunch of books. I've started reading. Um, I've been waiting. I have a whole bunch of research for like stuff on humor, and then the next stuff on like motivation. So I'm still doing a lot of reading, but no, I kind of just put it to the side. I haven't done anything with it for the now like 2 3 weeks now. So I'm not sure, what happened in my mental space. Hopefully this week, to start writing, but I haven't been able to. And
Well, is it
you know,
just that topic or is it all writing?
I mean, maybe it was like how argumentative and the pushback for me trying to help you out with your writing that made me lose interest in my own writing. They're like, oh, what am I doing this for anyways? And like even though I got all those views on the chess server, it didn't really mean anything. Like, viewership's not up. I didn't get any like invites. No one reached out to me, so I kind of lost motivation. And
Oh, sorry for being a downer. I didn't mean to.
yeah, I mean, because I'm trying to avow myself to the process, and then like if it appeared like Jennifer doesn't want to avow herself to the process, and I don't have any positive feedback, so it just lost interest. Like I said, I wasn't writing in the first place because I didn't think I had any audience. And I say I don't have any audience really. Like the stuff on self, I have audience. Um, Surprisingly, the multiple truth hypothesis. Uh, no, I mean the hero's journey on the chess server got over 1,000 views. Multiple truth hypothesis didn't get that many views, so I don't think there's really that much interest for it. I don't think there's anything I could do that will make it more interesting or get more viewership for it. Maybe writing about more popular topics like related to chess or something. I'm not sure that I even have an interest or how to frame myself for doing that. Um, so we'll see. So I mean, you have to have a little, like you have to have the narrative voice, and when you have that, writing is easier, and when you don't, writing is more difficult. So we'll see if I could gain that for my stuff on self to do, and the stuff like arguing with Jennifer just about the process or what is proper writing or what's intellectual, kind of maybe just drained me of like, okay, well, like, no, I don't even want to write anymore. But, we'll see. Maybe I'll get back to it. So,
I find it kind of comes and goes. So, like, if I go for a while without writing, I try not to be too hard on myself because then if I just take it easy and relax and my desire to write comes back. So, yeah, I know you went on Luke's a bunch of times this week. I don't know if you wanted to talk about whether that's going to be semi-regular or if you thought that was worth it. I know you kind of mentioned it. He sort of talks about some pretty gross topics sometimes, but
yeah, he's pretty irregular or it's unclear what he's doing. And I mean, Charles Moskowitz is supposed to be back this week. So I assume we'll probably stream this Thursday. Um, it's tough. Like, really, I should write about Judaism, but, like, we can review your show is not really the right venue for it. And, like, Luke and Charles, like, I don't even think they would, so I don't have a venue, even streaming with Luke or Luke, like, I don't think that increased my subs or any new people. His streaming's not really, hitting new viewers. If I wanted to move in streaming, I would probably have to go politically provoked, like have to join back the politically provoked Discord, but it'd just be it'd be bad because it'd be um, I'd be structurally disadvantaged because it'd be like so I probably won't do that.
well, you'd have to be able to deal with all the negativity, and you sound a bit drained right now. Like, I hope helping me out with a shitty essay is not as negative as that. So I don't know where you're really going with it. I mean, do you think you just have some maybe social needs that need to be fulfilled on a regular basis? I don't know if you want to answer the question about
No,
whether.
I just think I just need some positive feedback.
Okay.
So I'm saying
Um,
writing is like you're saying like okay, I'm writing for myself a little bit, but it's unclear. Like I'm writing for other people, and then so it's tough without feedback, and building an audience is difficult, and even working towards publishing a book. It's tough work. People put a few years into a book that maybe I'll keep on doing, or articles, and say like week in review. Also, we've kind of like hit a rut, not a rut, but we plateaued. So it's not, the show's not growing, and we're not reaching new people, or I mean, thank God for people who tune in, regulars, keeping with the research or the chat, but we definitely plateaued. We're not reaching any new people, and so just you could internally create motivation, but the external motivations not really there.
And you need external motivation to. Do you find you get more motivated negative feedback or positive?
Um, well, I mean, positive feedback. I mean, certain like for duty, like okay, like standing up to counter Semites or something. But even that, like, no, I mean, I'm not masochist. Like, I don't like negative feedback, and so usually, if I don't get positive feedback, I just stop doing it. So that's why I hardly appear on any channels. Even Luke, I don't really get positive feedback, for doing it, and it's unclear if there's any even benefit, like, or it's going anywhere. So like, or Charles Moskowitz, like if it's plateaued, and so, but if I stop doing it, like I would just lose as an personality, and whatever audience I had would slowly start dwindling. And yeah, I don't know if I'd lose. I might start losing subs on my own channel. I might not lose subs, but because a lot of people don't unsub people, uh, because they just sub to a whole bunch of channels. But I've kind of given up on the personality thing, and that's why I'm trying to move like in the writing, and just the personality is not
So you
going
don't think you're
anywhere.
an personality?
Well, I mean, I am to some extent, but it's not going anywhere. It's plateaued. It's not growing. Um, and
Okay.
even just to
So
maintain the minimal personality is more work than reward. Even just like streaming with Luke, talking with Luke, uh, and yeah, I don't really enjoy any of the association. I don't really look forward to any of the people in Luke's chat. Like, there's no one really in like Luke's chat that I'm excited to see. Um, so
if he doesn't like your train of talk, he dumps you for Tucker. Luke has ADD, doesn't he? He just can't focus on anything.
well, I mean, it's a narcissist, like a psychopath, but
I don't know why you want to put those together, narcissist and psychopath, but okay. You think he's narcissistic, so but doesn't isn't his behavior more so predicted by a lack of ability to focus than
well,
narcissism?
that also. But I was saying like, no, I don't think he really, whatever reason, like he's doing what he's doing, he's not going to share it with me. And if he changes his mind, he'll just change his mind, and won't really care. Like, oh, do it, I changed my mind. So like it's not really going anywhere. We're not building. Like we're not growing in numbers. I don't think there's no like Babs cast. There's no new people I'm meeting. Most of the people are the same people from a few years ago that have pretty difficult personalities that they're I'm not really looking forward to talking to them, and I don't think he's growing a new audience. So it's not like reaching new people. Even week in review, we're not really growing a new audience. Like whatever you got from JF, T Jump, modern day debate. We're not getting new people, and so have to reapproach, like reassess what we're doing. So at least we're putting forward research. But yeah, I'm saying writing, you need feedback, and I mean, generally, I like to do good deeds. I like to be of service to people. I like to create good karma. So, if I don't have positive feedback, it's unclear. So, like, just doing homework or doing,
Really? You never felt like the negative feedback was a sign that what you were doing was having an effect, a good effect?
no, no, I never thought that. It's like
Really?
I could understand karma in a way, but no, I don't. Why would I think that negative feedback is a good
Don't
sign?
you remember my evolution debate where there was all that negative feedback and maybe it caused some people to question evolution? And I'm not saying it caused the whole thing, but there is some
No,
physicists
I mean,
who
I'd
put
say like no,
forward
I mean,
stuff
I
on
would say the
evolution.
difference, like when I was on JF and debated evolution, I did a post show. I recruited. I got hundreds of subs in my channel. I got tens of regulars in my chat, including you. That was probably partially from, like the. I mean, you were watching Luke Ford, but like no, I mean, I got definite positive feedback. There's thousands of people that saw that debate. There's hundreds of people that came to my content that commented that publicly gave me positive feedback. So no, man, I don't see it like I mean, discourage you, but like no, I mean, I thought I got positive feedback from my debate, and even like T Jump, I decided that was toxic, and like don't like you forward me T Jump occasionally, but like I don't really follow him, and thought it was toxic that I was on his. I mean, I even said when like I didn't want to talk to him because I thought it was toxic, and even when he came on that chat to speak to me, I said I was skeptical to talk to him because I just thought it'd be toxic, and everyone that listened would be against me, and that's largely what happened. And I don't really see how that could be a good thing. And saying when you change people's minds, you could see that. Like no, I'm saying like know when I'm changing. Like I have a Discord. I mean, how many people on your Discord?
I don't have a Discord.
You deleted your Discord
Well, that I mean, I don't count that as a Discord.
because no one's in it.
Exactly.
But I'm saying you have a Discord that nobody joined.
Yeah, sure.
But I'm saying I still have like 60 some
There you
people in
go.
my
You
Discord.
are doing great.
No, I'm not doing great. It's been stagnant for. I've had 60 people in my Discord for like a year now, so it's been stagnant. But I'm saying like no, I mean the like positive feedback is such a thing, and I've had performances um, that have been positive, and I've gotten positive feedback from. And
And you took the positive feedback as a good thing, and you never thought that. I mean, you've told me before you thought that you didn't trust positive feedback. I thought you were suspicious of praise.
well, I'm yeah, I'm saying like generally try to be neutral to praise. Positive feedback is not necessarily the same thing as praise.
Okay, so what's the difference?
That you're trying to do something good and help people, and if they tell you thank you for helping them, then as opposed to saying, like your help is no help, that they say, well, at least I accomplished my goal. I did something positive for somebody, and they recognized it. Not this thing for my sake of my ego or praise, but recognize that I served some use. I made myself useful. I did something positive and was recognized, and was recognized. To say like, well, maybe like what I did had no value. So if you don't have positive feedback, then that's like that. You say at least what I did had some value.
I'm not very good at giving positive feedback, am I?
Um, well, no, I mean, I would say you probably majority of my positive feedback.
Me. Oh, and it's not
Yeah,
enough.
like Jenna, besides for you, no one even cares. Like what I do, I report, or if I did on my stream, that I probably have dwindling numbers. I was still thinking of doing those book recommendations, But I mean, it's a tough world out there. Things are looking pretty grim, and you can't really. It's difficult to put yourself forward as a personality, and so I've kind of given up on the promoting myself as an personality. So like the streaming is just not that interesting to me anymore. Even like streaming on my channel, like I'll probably stream the battery show this week. So we'll see who tunes into that. If like the engineering conference, maybe I'll do the book recommendation. But yeah, I'm losing incentive. Like I don't have positive feedback, and like yeah, I mean, like to me, it's just clearly a bad sign that we're plateauing. I haven't had a new venue like since politically provoked. I haven't had a new venue. Um, that logical, like basically like threatened to kick me off his show. Really just for trying to participate. Um,
Did that upset you?
it didn't upset me. I'm just saying like that. It's a harsh world out there. Saying like no, I mean it didn't upset me. I was saying that just saying like it just makes me lose incentive to stream or question the utility and he's really like modern day debate. Like I thought modern day debates was semi toxic or T jump. So like what the hell? Like I'm siding with like Ronnie Cameron, the counter Semite activist uh, against T jump. Like the Philo Semite. Like the nature of these debates.
Are you
Um,
saying that cognitive dissonance is forthcoming from that somehow?
well, the main source of cognitive dissonance is the lack of results.
Okay.
So I say, yeah, negative feedback. You could say like, but I was saying that like, and I don't know if it's a dissonance. Like I'm saying, the cognitive dissonance would be kind of the opposite, where I think I'm accomplishing something when I'm not. So I just say like, no, I mean, if I'm not accomplishing something, I'm not accomplishing something. Like it's not, like there's no need to waste my time. And
I
I'm not upset or feel bad. I just think it's not going anywhere. So, like we can review, it's not going anywhere. But like, okay, at least we're focused, promoting each other's research. And that's why I even saw like, okay, like trying to talk about your work online um, isn't even really going anywhere. So like maybe try working offline and see if that works or helps. And that might, that may
Well,
not
what
work.
did you think of us working together offline? Was that stressful?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of just too much arguing. I don't enjoy arguing.
To me, that
And
wasn't arguing, but I'm sorry that it was arguing to you.
yeah, I'm saying so like we have to see like there has to be a result. So I'm a result oriented person.
To me, it feels
And
like
so,
there is a result and that my writing is getting better. It just might be a very slow process.
yeah, it could be, but I say like results are tangible. And so like numbers.
Tangible as in I feel like it's my writing is better.
Well, no, I'm saying like well, you could feel maybe your writing is better, but I'm saying like I mean
I put a lot of
either
emphasis on feelings, honestly.
I don't put really any emphasis on on feelings.
See, that's totally like I'm
I mean
impossible
like
for me to
basically
understand.
zero. I mean, like, no offense, like, I don't give a crap how you feel. Like, I'm kind of like a psychopath like that. Like, if you like completely immune to how you feel, but like result, like either you'll have an essay in a few
I'm
weeks or
talking about your own feelings as valid impressions concerning
I don't really
progress.
have feelings.
You don't have feelings in order
So like
to.
I'm more focusing on
Okay,
results. Like I'm
sure.
saying, maybe you want to call me a psychopath. You say, but
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying for
I'm a
me, a
psychopath.
feeling
But I'm
is
saying
kind of
I
a
don't really have
result.
feelings. I don't really care about your feelings. I
Well,
could
for me, I
understand
have a
feelings.
feeling of wanting to write versus a feeling of not wanting to write. So I want to be having the feeling of wanting to write, I guess, is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Um,
motivation's not a feeling.
Okay, so you're saying it's not, but to me it is, because it's anything
or
that
it's
comes
not an
anything
emotion.
that's not rational is emotional to me, and motivation is not really rational 100%. It's logical maybe, but
I mean, I hope to continue the research and motivations. What I'm going to be doing next. I mean, motivations parallel to expertise, and
that would be good. Like, you could just, if you're having trouble, with motivation for the self article, you just put that on pause and research motivation. And then by the end, you're just like ready.
well, no, I mean, I got to write because like if I don't do the thing on self and move on, I got to finish the thing on self before I start taking notes and move on. So I'm waiting on that. But you said like, no, I don't care about feelings. I care about results. And saying like I feel I'm not producing results, and like we'll see. I feel like
Would you
maybe.
give any value to like motivation strategies in terms of that giving you more results?
Well, yeah, I mean, I focus on that all the time. Saying I'm a student of the science of motivation. I've
Because I
talked
don't
about.
think I've really ever heard you discuss a motivation strategy.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned motivations like self-efficacy.
So self efficacy motivates you?
I mean, motivation is part of self-efficacy.
Okay.
And it's your belief in your capability to do something.
It's your
But
desire to do something. I think your belief in your capability to do it is maybe part of the desire. But to me, motive is all about desire.
yeah, I mean, that's basically you're kind of anti-intellectual and uneducated because like it doesn't really matter what you think. I'm saying that's why I'm doing the research to show. So I mean, like yeah, I mean you have thoughts on it, but your thoughts on it don't really matter that much.
Chad asks if you care about results, you care about something. Is that not a feeling? I think that's for
I
you.
mean, these things have to be defined. But those things, I mean, if you put feeling in terms of emotion, that like generally I don't have strong emotions or very little emotion. So like feeling, you could put feelings a loosely defined word that like I feel hungry, like okay, like I feel tired. That it's not like there's not an emotion. I feel hungry. I feel tired. Um, or like I feel that it's 9:35 my time now. So I mean, you use that word, but like feeling generally related to emotion, um, or like a feel. I have a feeling that's like I'm more a technician. I don't put much weight into feelings that say like hunches, premonitions, focus on results. Like I feel
Mhm.
like I'm on the verge of something. Well, I'll believe it when I see it.
So a feeling is not
To me, it's
okay.
largely negative. People feel,
I'm just
like
trying to understand your own cognition
I
process.
feel
Whatever
like I
arousing,
feel like
whatever
I'm
arising
accomplishing.
feelings you have, that they're not coming into the flow of the cognition and analysis process. Is
Well,
basically what you're saying.
I want results in saying like your feelings to me like don't count as a result, and like you're like that's just how I see things. Like I want quantifiable, tangible results like streaming. Many things are very easy to quantify. Feedback, uh, and even absent of feedback, like results of uh, progress, benchmarks, and kind of what you're saying from my understanding of like the science of motivation or expertise are really false flags. Like they're saying like
Sorry?
that
Can you just repeat the last bit of what you said? I want to make sure I understood that there.
that you're what you're talking you're from my understanding of the science of expertise is that what you're saying is kind of like false flags uh, towards lack of progress. and so like, oh, I feel like I'm making progress even though I'm not. I feel like things are going good even though they're not. And as opposed to objective benchmarks and tangible results.
Well, I feel like I'm getting somewhere because I was able to write like 1,200 words in a day. And for me, some days I wouldn't even be able to write 30 words. So,
So the feel is not, so if it's either tangible and it's a benchmark, it's not a feeling. So like your feel doesn't matter. You're saying it's a fact that you've written more than you've ever written,
what
that
I
your
should have
skill
said is that
level.
my feelings motivated me to write.
Just to me, the fact that you're using the word feeling. So okay, you have your own internal motivational complex, but in terms of the result, feelings play no role. So if you're talking something, okay, like you wrote more, quantifiable, that objectively your writing has improved, not because you feel it's improved, but because of some tangible, quantifiable result. Like you wrote 1,200 words. You're writing,
Well, multiple times, like since we
and,
started
and
the
so
process,
when you use feeling, to me, and that it puts it in a
pejorative.
pejorative. The reason you're using feeling is because you don't have something quantifiable, and saying if you had something quantifiable, your feeling wouldn't matter. They're saying, well, it doesn't matter how I feel, because you have something
You know why I
quantifiable.
brought it up? This is the way my like weird mind works was like because you said you're maybe not having as much luck writing and I was thinking, okay, maybe it's a lack of motivation, so, maybe I could show you my motivation technique and it would help you, but you probably wouldn't have any use for that.
Uh,
And then I was curious throughout the course of that conversation, I became curious as to whether you had some sort of self motivation technique because we talked about MTH, but that's structural analytic, not integral motivational or anything like that.
yeah, I'm pretty self motivated, but I'm saying that in terms of writing, like you're saying, writing's for think largely for other people, and so from
Writing
there,
is for other people. I wonder if writers would agree with that, like professional writers. Oh well, it's
I
a
mean, it's
mystery.
possible some writers write for themselves, but it's like, no, I mean, writing, it's like talking. Like, generally I don't talk to myself. It's like I don't write to myself. In terms of like organizing thoughts, uh, structuring it, there could be some value in writing and self-editing, and working through the ideas. But writing is a form of communication, and just like talking, like I don't generally talk to myself. I don't write to myself.
Oh, and that's what you mean by writing for yourself. Writing, imagining yourself to be the audience. And you're saying this is what I'm doing, essentially, possibly.
Well, I mean, it could be, but I said like,
Yeah.
no, I know I'm not, because I'm
Well,
not the
maybe I
audience.
think that about myself.
But I'm saying you're writing for yourself, or saying you just are projecting, like other people onto yourself, that you think that they'll want what you want. I'm just saying something simple like, "No, I need external motivation to write, because it's not. I have plenty of self motivation, but writing is something that I need more external motivation."
It varies. I need more external motivation for writing than most things. Definitely.
Well, again, I feel that activity in generally is directed towards other people. In terms like, okay, progress, I got to accomplish
You
something
don't
with my
find it's
life.
directed towards God?
Um, No, I'm saying that, if God would be a service towards other people, that I could say, okay, like I'm writing as a service to other people,
What about writing it for
do a
God to
service to
read
God,
it?
that I'm trying to do a service for God by serving other people. But then there has to be demand. Like if I'm giving out food, or I'm giving charity, or like helping people, but if your help's no help, your help's no help.
Well, your
'Cause
help is definitely valuable to me, and I should have said so, but it definitely it helps to like write more at the very least. And I think the quality of what I'm writing is better. Obviously, still has the problems that I always have, but the version I sent you today has not been. It was just sort of stream of consciousness. Very junky, high degree of redundancy, likely not too sensical. So I guess you don't have a motivation other than just I don't even know. Sounds like you don't have a motivation other than helping other people.
I mean, raw desire for accomplishment or something.
Raw desire for accomplishment. Is that why like maybe the T jump thing struck you as weird that he saw singer as some sort of accomplishment and you were like didn't have that same thing or you didn't have an equivalent to that for yourself? You didn't know like what would, you know,
Well,
what's an
yeah, I mean, just that he got this validation from this rabbi. I thought, I mean, okay, I mean, good for him. So I thought that I pointed that out. I thought that was, I was surprised. So it wasn't that T Jump felt some sort of validation from this rabbi, Orthodox rabbi, even anti-Christian rabbi.
it almost seems like you're having a identity crisis as a result of this.
No, I don't, identity crisis. I mean, yeah, I mean, identity crisis in terms of a identity, like an identity that works. I don't have an identity that works. So in that sense, yeah, it's like an identity crisis because the identity is meant to work to facilitate expectations of others and interaction, and related to the narrative voice.
But now instead you're just feeling demoralized and like you don't have the energy to participate. But do you think it could be because you had a spiritual awakening? Because you were talking about your spiritual eye the other day. And sometimes you get really sensitive after you have a spiritual awakening. Could that be it?
Um,
I mean, it could also be the collapse of civilization. That's a very real thing. So wouldn't blame you for being a little sad about that.
yeah, and I just um, like it's tough, saying you got it's I mean, like I stay motivated because I don't waste much time. I stay active, uh, like business writing. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty tough, and I say most of my feedback is I get very little positive feedback, so it's tough to deal with.
This would be the point where I normally reframe to get positive validation from negative feedback.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't buy that. I never bought that.
You'd have to buy it. That's why I wouldn't attempt to sell it to you because I don't think I could persuade you to that kind of choice. I think that's a choice you make kind
I
of
can
on your
maintain
own.
my self motivation despite no positive feedback. Because then, like, even if like I largely have retreated from the world, like I would still research and study and take my own life seriously and have self motivation. And I mean, it's really, I think my identity crisis probably mostly centers around my Judaism.
Yeah, well, who we are is sometimes a lot more complicated than stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, Judaism's a tough identity because it's a group identity. You can't really, um, and like my streaming was largely pivoted on my Judaism, and it's unclear. But I'll keep at it. Like I think I'll get into my writing, and hopefully you'll keep at it, and just recognize like we've plateaued.
I
Uh,
think you're like literally just in a bad mood today. You're like the world's best critic on, a number of subjects.
I don't feel like I'm in a bad mood. I'm saying there's do it now,
And
like
I struggle to see how you would think that this is plateauing, but
well, I mean, it's obvious. Just look at the numbers and contact and feedback. It's not that difficult to read numbers. And
my feedback is that the chat is going reasonably well, which I take as positive.
yeah, but it's saying like you have
That's my
these.
feedback. Like I have a really low standard, so I can see a lot of stuff as
Yeah, I mean,
positive.
to me, that's just like annoying because, like, okay, like
Yeah.
I promoted parties, I've sold tickets, I made events, like I have a certain like I'll call more objective standard of feedback, and saying like,
Yeah, you don't want to reframe to have a lower standard, lower threshold to consider it positive feedback. Whereas I'm just like, go down through the floor, through
well,
the
I mean, you might
floor.
have positive feedback from this. I mean, like, I'm not saying that's not. I'm not saying there's zero positive feedback. There's
I actually
some.
consider positive feedback to be somewhat. I get trepidatious sometimes because a lot of times people feel like you owe them something from from praise.
No, I'm
So
not. I'm not
I'm just talking
generally.
about myself
I'm
here.
not
I know
generally
you.
looking for praise. I'm not saying like because I'm not getting praised. I'm more,
I'm sorry.
number. I was saying plateau that like my numbers have been steadily decreasing over the last year. So it's not like okay, I'm getting less praise, but just objectively, um, my numbers have plateaued for like a year now.
Well, some people in the chat are saying they really like listening to what you have to say. I think it's easy to take stuff that we love for granted.
yeah. So I mean, I
So,
appreciate the people who tune in or take this stuff seriously. I don't want to, like turn against the few people watching. Like I appreciate that, but saying it's tough to, um, like external motivation. Like you're saying, like you had some sort of result in mind that you want something bigger. So I mean, you're not going to get something bigger by turning away what you have, or I mean like that, but I'm just saying like factual, like you're not going to get in some, try to be more objective about what my goals were. If I'm going to reassess and downgrade my goals, that wasn't my plan.
maybe not downgrade, but make them conducive to a better experience relative to you.
Yeah, I'm saying that, I mean there could be look for the audience because to improve the show, but
It's not quite that. Like the way I look at it is often who is saying something and obviously what are they saying.
I put in my multiple truth, the essay that I said, that really pretty much applies that week in review has became compartmentalized. And I was thinking that from your something you were writing in the essay, but um, I usually do not even mention most of my interests to my family, friends, and colleagues who share only a few common concerns. Many of these pursuits have been the focus of my life and energies for a brief period of time, then relegated to the back of my mind for years. So week in review, is just a fraction of my interest or ideas, and even my streaming that like it's not so it's just focused on a narrow bit of my interest. So it's still, we're still, episode 170, we're still pushing forward, but week in review is, kind of just like a mild, and even like I've been doing this, like I still don't, like uh there's no real thread between narrative voice tying together all my various activities.
I mean, not to sound overly optimistic, but that could be itself some kind of narrative.
And then even when you streamed on my channel, that like you saw that it was somewhat negative to or is that like hostile to you, and I mean just reassess it, but keep self motivated, but maybe be practical.
There's
And
tons of positive feedback. Yeah. So audience, clearly it means something for
yeah,
Doooovid to have positive,
yeah, but it's not
meaningful
it's not like the people
feedback.
in the
Here,
audience or chat
if you
saying
don't
that. It's not,
mind, put a comment under the
I'm
video.
not I'm not asking for. Well, I mean, you can be more active or evolve or comment, but I'm not saying like like.
Well, there's nothing wrong with you getting what you want. I don't personally measure it that way. That's not on my radar, but if it matters to you, that's enough, you know.
I do. I mean,
So go ahead and put
I
some
measure things
comments
in
and
terms
say
of
some stuff
dollars,
about what you think about
money,
Doovid, please.
viewership. Like I've been telling you for like a few years. So like no, I measure things in terms of money and viewership and quantifiable things, and like generally, um, those are the main things I measure them by. So I'm just saying like send me a donation. I'm not asking anyone for a donation, but you're saying like no, I'm saying like a pretty objective and quantifiable in terms, and so I have to reassess. Maybe say take a different path towards week in review and just focus on the research and writing without.
Like, it's not going to bore me to go over, the tedium of your stuff for hours on end. I don't mind.
Well, yeah, but I need a result, so it's like only if there's a result. So just focus more on results, and we'll see what happens. Work on your writing. Hopefully, there's going to be a result coming soon from this, and we'll see. Could be 11 essay, and then no one will read it, but at least you'll have an essay. There'll be a tangible result. So more on. I'll be streaming the battery show. We'll see where that goes. And okay, so let me just sign off. Like I hate this repetitive stuff. And feel free to keep streaming if you want to work on your essay. Let me know.
Thanks. Looking forward to it. All right. Well, good to know, and hope everyone's enjoying the show. Anders, I don't know if you're still there. You had something in the chat before that was interesting about trying to get in touch with your emotions. And I can tell you this, like, I'm sure I've said this infinity times and stuff, but I'll say it infinity in one time. The least action principle predicts that our beliefs would be rational in whatever sense that accords with reality, but also that they would largely be not something we would have rational access to, aka we couldn't cognize the beliefs, and the idea is that the cognizing, i.e., the thing that is allowing us to talk and such, comes about from the beliefs. It's like a flower growing out of the soil of beliefs, inseparable. And so the flower doesn't really share properties with the soil and doesn't really have, as a flower, access to the properties of the soil, which would be convenient. So here's, where the hack comes in. You just have to assume, well, yeah, there are beliefs there. I don't have rational access to them, but I want it. I can't get it, but I would like to have, what amounts to, I want the informational equivalent of functional access to my actual beliefs. Because it's pretty clear that to some extent, in some cases, we played some role in the bad stuff that happened to us at some point. And then maybe we would have been served from, maybe we would have been better served by being able to know that in advance, which is where you have to build up patience here because you're really looking into the, the heart of darkness, so to speak, the human frailty. So, acceptance that the process of cleaning out a deep dark closet is going to have some scary mushrooms uncovered at times, but denial doesn't work for the same reason that if you find a mushroom growing in a dark box and you close the box up and put it inside a bigger box and forget about it, you're probably just going to find a bigger box full of mushrooms in the future. That's a metaphor for denial there, moving back to how do we go to the equivalent of rational access to beliefs. Step one, there are beliefs there that are probably, if you put words to them, would sound highly unflattering. It's really just, it sort of goes down to just the structure of subjectivity as a type of expectation simulation machine. Obviously, these expectations are going to be horrible um, most of the time. Pretty good, but still not perfect by any stretch. So, given that, patience is a long term thing. Build it up for yourself. Hopefully, you can start in youth here. And start building a patience around late teens, early 20s for yourself. It's kind of hard to do before that 'cause you're still just like growing up. But anyway, that's part of it. And also, you have to train your mind to recognize cognitive dissonance. And when it happens, you just note that it's happening and you don't put any, well, you probably will, but you try not put any like metadata to it. Just it happened, make whatever observations about the circumstances that caused it, but you have to do it really well. Wait till the actual interval of action, like relevant interval of action, where like 99% of the action of the field is contained within whatever interval. You want to wait till that interval's closed. And intense experiences can, have days, weeks, months before the interval fully closes. So if you can suspend judgment, at least for that initial part, you'll get more insight. Because insight's just information associated with a state. Longer the state's in superposition, more information can come out of it. So I would just go around and like not intentionally try to upset myself, but if it happened, I would just like, okay, well, this upset me, wait a bit. And then afterwards, sort of play back the whole thing and think, well, I must have believed this or something like this. And that belief was disappointed. And then just make a note of it. And then do that, yeah, probably like at least a couple hundred times. Because if you don't do it that many times, you can't really be sure. But over time, you're going to get what's called statistical convergence. So the class of misapprehensions that you make or incorrect expectations, um, they're just all, maybe there's like three, and that's it. You can class them into one, two, or three. Maybe one is, well, I was expecting. I think a lot of people can relate to the idea of expecting the people they love to care about their feelings. That's definitely a common expectation that is pretty reasonable, But what happens with getting upset is that mistakenly identify behavior as indicating a lack of love, which is where the whole misunderstanding can sometimes arise, just as a general um, advisement to see the value in not making conclusions, especially about motive. Because if it's very easy to get to a pretty like self-aggrandized place when just assuming that the bad feelings have malign intent. Not that this never happens, it's just, again, not the statistical majority. Just reading the chat there. What about statistical divergence? Okay, well, in this case, statistical divergence would mean that every time you got cognitive dissonance, you weren't able to see any thread of similarity between the instances of the cognitive dissonance. I'd say that is very unlikely, perhaps inconceivable that we could even parse a divergent number of mental states. See, if you're coming at this from a technical trading, like you're going to have to kind of tell me what you mean by convergence. You're talking about how well something meets up to a model, because this is not really that. This is like, imagine in the slit experiment, you do you expose a few electrons. It doesn't show you the pattern, but over large numbers of electrons, the pattern undergoes convergence to its statistical distribution. So that's an example that of anecdotes. You need to have anecdotes before you can actually see a pattern. So if you had a statistical divergence wouldn't be defined in this sense because it just would be nothing. And then when you had enough data, you'd have statistical convergence. And the data will tend to cluster into types of cognitive dissonance, which are things that cause a state that is undesirable. So there could be a great many of those, and everyone's are pretty much similar. But the things that set off, like the triggers for recognizing something that indicates a misapprehended belief, that's all different. That's always very different. Some people total meltdown in the face of something, other people didn't bother them at all. Why is that? Well, cognitive dissonance. And then when it happens, can you manage it when it happens? Get over it quickly, or you stop going over and over and over and over. And that's another technique you want to learn is when you're stuck. How long does something have to be unpleasant before you recognize it as stuckness rather than kind of like the pain when you're lifting weights and getting muscles? That's more subtle. So, excuse me, if you're interested in trying it, you got to take a bit of a perspective on your regular experiences, and rather than reacting to a reaction, you experience the reaction and later try to isolate the belief that was subconsciously simulated, which was highlighted or whatever by the incident of cognitive dissonance. Because it's not just the situation, it's the meaning of the situation. 'Cause without that, it's just, I don't want to say guessing, but you're going to feel at least not at the mercy of your own emotions to get in touch with that. The other one has more to do, like, there's a bunch of other things you can do, but that would probably be the best place to start in terms of emotional, just to get a point where you're not at the mercy of your emotions. Because then you're going to make some really big mistakes, a la T jump. Once you have that, hey, memes, nice to see you, buddy. You can figure out a way to lean in, lean right into the emotions, so to speak. It's quite nice because the cognitive power of the subconscious is so high, but because it's headerless, it's always it's might be really, really right for the wrong reasons or wrong for the right reasons, and there's no self-evident way to know that. And so the way I taught to myself would be to remember through practice what works and what doesn't. Ender says a scientific experiment showed that people could get 30% muscle. I'm assuming you mean gain, not brain, just by visualizing working out compared to a placebo group and a group that did actually work out. So, like, what is that even supposed? Like, what is that? Just like that? If that's real, that's pretty wild. Like, I have honestly a hard time believing that. But like, maybe, I mean, if maybe, yeah, I mean, I suppose you could just have really good posture and have always a very slight amount of tension, and somehow I would like to see the study on that, and just, in case it has anything. It just sounds very. So memes, I don't know what you're up to, if you want to come on and say hi. So there are a lot of these like metaphors about, ooh, Maya, let's be Gnostics. It's not really my thing to ascribe a malign intent to naturally arising ignorance. Is more just like, it's self-blocked. It's just how evolution works. The subconscious is well, it just sort of, you want to think of everything in terms of least action. So there's a maximum laziness to these processes. And so it's cheaper energetically to have garbage and the illusion of goodness than actual goodness. But the garbage has to be ungarbagey enough to pass itself off as actual goodness. So that probably sounds somewhat depressing, but what can you do? So, firstly, emotion wise, let's try to think here. Um, when I learned how to spell, I would recognize the pattern of individual words, because English is kind of a wacky language with not a lot of rules in terms of spelling, anyway. And so it's got to pretty much memorize a lot of words to be able to spell well, and so forth. So I would just associate a positive feeling with a good spelling of a word, and sort of not a bad feeling, but like a, that's not right. So think of it as like a cookie cutter pattern recognizer lining up with something else, and it's either a perfect match and it's spelt right, or it's not, and it goes and it's wrong. So by always feeling good when it's spelled right and not feeling bad when I spell it wrong, but just like a feeling you can like enough of feeling to distinguish it, like, oh, that's different from the good feeling. So on with that, eventually becoming happy about the idea of spelling well. There's one emotional motivation. Another one is feeling the satisfaction associated with someone else's journey that at the time involves them acting horribly. But then later on, they become unburdened because it turns out like the whole other thing was just like a process that of letting go some horrible whatever. That's a nice way to look at it. So yeah. Hmm. Let's see here what people are saying in the chat. Thanks everyone for tuning in. I really appreciate it. I don't feel the same way as do, but I feel like things are progressing pretty much as well as could be expected. I don't know. I mean, it's a tough year for sure. 2022 is high intensity, but at the same time, it seems to me like there's a good amount of momentum. 'Cause here's the thing, like something I don't want to say blood sports was horrible, but it was cringe in a way. But it was fine because it's like this is never gonna last. 'Cause it's just I don't want to say it's too stupid, but it's like there's a difference between somebody who's just blowing off steam versus something with endurance that's worth it and long term and awesome. And the good one builds up super slowly, really slowly. But then once you get that momentum, it's incredibly relaxing. The moments of incredible hopelessness, I think that's just sort of something that comes and goes, but the comfort of knowing that univalent states can be accessed at will once you've undergone the transformation to univalent states and so forth. Like, yeah, something hellish when you can always just, I'm going to say pull the plug, but mental training at a certain point, it's just about where you put, like, you've pulled in your consciousness and balanced everything. And it's just your own essence onto itself who chooses in what onto what object to cast the gaze of its power. And so these horrible states, maybe it's like, why would you ever want to go to a horrible state? It's like, well, if it's the only way to understand what someone's going through, and it's already temporary, understood, not just understood intellect, not just acknowledged intellectually, excuse me, not just acknowledged intellectually as temporary. That's not the same thing. Knowing how attribution is temporary that way. Even something just horribly attributed. Just atrociously bad. The fact of it being shared with someone that might get past it would be, I don't want to say would make the pain not even a consideration, but it's almost that. It's like a slight, it's an afterthought. Afterthought. Excuse me. Okay, so Dark Matter and Battle Rap says, so the mind is so powerful it can visualize something and get results. Well, that sounds to me like the law, or what is it? The secret. And I think that if you have no idea about any of this stuff, The Secret is probably your one of the best places to start with. Like, I mean, obviously there's uh, there's material limitations on on that. Like, even a super advanced Sadu couldn't like jump off a building head first and like land in a headstand and survive or whatever. Terrible example, but when it is said that matter is emergent from mind, we are not talking about our subjective minds. We're talking about the fact that in our own subjectivity, nothing can be isolated as a self or a mind or whatever. So it's then inferred that mind's actually an impersonal ordering principle. So all that's saying is that the thing in the universe, like we can't really conceive the universe, but our best way to do it is to, like, imagine this huge mind, and then inside it is like, if either you want to call it a brain or a body, but that would be the material universe, and that's consistent with everything else that we observe. So if matter is emergent from mind, then mind is just everywhere. And so stuff like brains doesn't come as much of a surprise for there to be brains if consciousness is the substrate of the universe. A brain is just like a clustering of consciousness, a very high density cluster of consciousness. So back to the question, the mind is so powerful it can visualize something and get results. Okay, like for low level stuff, sure. Sure. If there isn't a significant bottleneck on what you're after, sure. But some stuff is bottlenecked. So when there's a bottleneck to getting somewhere, there's always, 10,000 wanting to go through a hole that can fit one, for example. So some type of a, well, wait in line or like find another way in. So the power of the mind is, excuse me, is limited by physics, but it is the supervening factor. So the thing we call a mind, i.e., the centralized sense of self, that's the fundamental basis upon which all the other judgments arise. So the mind is visualizing the body. The reason that the body is under the purview of the mind is because the mind believes that it controls the body. So in that sense, yeah, it's powerful. And then the results that you get pretty much, yeah, you can just, I think it's called manifest destiny. Yeah, if you want to get a glass of water, you can go do that. You think about it. Oh, I'm thirsty. I'm going to get a glass of water and I'm going to glug that motherfucker down. And that's the end of it. So meme says, I hope you'll come on, even if it's just for a second to say hi or whatever. I don't know if you're going to eat a sandwich or if you're done that sandwich there. He says, I want to completely dismiss that, but the mind is a powerful thing. I do think one's mode of thought can influence behavior as well. Well, it's a lot more than that. So you're born with beliefs, and those structure those color the way you learn language. So right off the bat, you can't even be sure you've learned language the same as even the people who taught it to you. Obviously, stuff like uncontroversial stuff, sure. The color green. Ooh, no one's, apart from people who have trouble perceiving that, arguing about that. But there's a bunch of stuff that doesn't have that type of consensus, and then perhaps can't have that type of consensus. So behavior is intention, and then intention comes out fundamentally as belief, which is a subconscious thing, but then the beliefs sort of an emergent property of the beliefs. Could think of it as a higher vibrational modality. That's the rational. So it's still fundamentally the same substance. It's just derivative. So the thing that like, so yes, mind definitely supervenes on material, but when we're talking about mind, we're not talking about the rational mind. That would be, if you want an estimation, 10% or less than the total compute power. And so these techniques help us, among other things, lean into that compute power. So yeah, I guess I will probably wrap up soon, unless there's more comments down here. Okay. Let's see here. I just realized there's a bunch more comments here that I didn't see. Bob Elvis says he wants the Webb telescope data. Does it refute the Big Bang blood sports? Yeah, that sounds hilarious. That would be interesting for sure. Okay. I'm sorry to hear that autocorrect ruined your spelling ability. I guess that's where the pattern recognition by images, aka hieroglyph pill, comes in. Anders said they read about scientists measuring experienced Tibetan meditators, and they had delta brainwaves synchronized all over the brain. Yeah, so this kind of lines up with what they're saying at QRI, that there's, I hate to sort of not hate, but I'm remiss to use the word objective here, but apparently multiple degrees of observable symmetry within these brain renderings, and that was being linked to, I don't know if they're calling it absolute valence or just valence, but basically the symmetry as indicative of some type of a goodness about the experience. Normally, delta brainwaves are only in different areas of the brain for fractions of a second. Tibetan monks had a way more different brain pattern. Delta is higher frequency brainwaves. Yeah, okay, so I'm not sure. It sounds like you're saying there was a delocalized pattern. That's pretty cool. And that's definitely a well-validated effect, that the interval of localization for, I don't know if it's this type of brainwave or what, but it's normally just restricted to the brain region. And it can become delocalized, and I think this is normally referenced as dissolution. And I'm not talking a total dissolution, which would be where there's like, hypothetically nada going on. I'm just talking about a going from in the brain to delocalized throughout the body. Just that is very hard to hold. But if you can get that, just like, I think it's a micro drip of DMT. If you can attain that even for 30 seconds, it's extremely restful. It's possible to hold it for longer. Like in my experience, tend to pass out. I think that might be just like a tallness, low blood pressure thing, sadly. But what can you do? The nice thing is that it happens rather quickly. When it does, there's a feeling of a click at the heart, and then a diffusal that happens over, within a couple seconds. So it's from just in the brain to do the whole body, and the wave of thought, rather than just going in a circle in the front of the brain, metaphor, 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 it's going around the body. But again, it's not really going around the body, it's delocalized within the body, and so on and so forth. I'll display my cool thing again. I'm just like honestly obsessed with this thing. Superposition state of the quantum mechanical periodic table. You can just think of, infinite unmanifested motion, and then someone chucks a spear at it and it fixes one point in that, and then it starts to still have a bunch of motion, but relative to one fixed point. And then there's all sorts of things you can fix, and it's just great. Let's see what else we have here. Bob Elvis thought blood sports was interesting. Nothing beats the clash of ideologies. It doesn't incentivize education enough, and I don't know. Yeah, I didn't. I wasn't too into that. I much prefer serious stuff. So it can be funny, but it's like, I don't want to say Dr. Phil tier garbage, but acting like a dumbass for laughs and clicks. I see that like kind of maybe have to do it occasionally just to keep up with the times, but uh yeah, it's fun to do the odd fun thing, but if it's only ever just pursuing excitement and pleasure and fun, you get burned out, and then your ability to build virtue diminishes. And I don't like to incentivize in any way the diminishment of capacity for virtue, because it's just like so awesome to have enough stability, mental stability, to really experience and enjoy things to their fullest. That doesn't necessarily require you to be a totally insufferable bore who always has their nose in a book, but it's serious. Like the people who are into this stuff seriously, they do it all the time, and it's the understanding that it's a club of non-part-time practitioners, of believers. That debate the other night reminded me of intellectual blood sport. I don't know which one you mean, memes, so you can let me know. Dark Matter Battle Rap says, I think people having poor diet and poor mindset while being so disconnected from the planet makes it difficult to gauge the power of the mind. Yeah, right now there's just so much. People feel they have a social obligation to hate themselves, or what amounts to that, which is extremely sad and toxic, obviously. And while we can't cloister ourselves away from civilization and reject our duties, can't get overly dissolved in only caring about other people's, and fundamentally, so this is about understanding that your own happiness, satisfaction is the bottleneck. It's the relevant bottleneck for you. Sure, there's natural inborn stuff, but what can you do about that? Better to focus on the stuff you can do something about. Meme says T-Jump is a smart dude, and the other dude was just trying to score clout points by jabbing him like a raid boss. Just my opinion. I don't know. I'm sorry. Which one? I'm assuming you're talking about the one Doowovid mentioned there. Andrew says intellectual debates is just because the intellect is stupid and different intellects stubbornly clashing with each other endlessly. Well, some debates won't work if you're not using the same style of inquiry, and not all positions lend themselves to the style of inquiry. Like, I don't know how many times I have to tell uh, people that empirical evidence is like, it's, I don't want to say a nonsensical thing, but to frame your demands that way is presupposing your own conclusion. So, for something to be consistent, for a framework to be consistent with empiricism, would, like, for example, the 2D periodic table is consistent with empiricism. So, um, all these theories, as far as I know, claim to be consistent with empiricism. The belief that empiricism is a be-all, end-all thing that dictates all structure, that's presuming your own conclusion, and, like, I don't really know where to go from there. Anders says, do you think such abilities deliberately have been suppressed? For example, the placebo effect is amazing, but the pharma industry struggles to reduce the placebo effect. Yeah. Well, there's only one way to find out, and you can validate the technology yourself. If you really have no idea where to start and you want some fast effects, I would just say go somewhere and try to find as many things about the situation that you can frame positively. So just see what you can find. For example, a nice color, texture, maybe something reminds you of a fond memory. I don't know how long you need to do that for, but you'll find you're in a better mind state because of the savoring satisfaction, self satiation that doesn't, like self contentment, not really relying on external sources, builds solely builds confidence. So if you want to just jump right into that and the whole figuring out your emotions indirectly and learning how to lean into emotions by falling in love with the spelling of words is just too weird, you can start with that. It definitely works. It's just like, yeah, it just wouldn't be the kind of thing I would think of myself because I'm already kind of like tra la la. I don't want to say I don't see the stuff in front of me, but I'm not really always thinking that much about what I'm seeing because I know that it just doesn't have that much information in it. So I don't care to put a whole bunch of focus into that, if you will. So Daryl says we're limited by what is real. Again, error to think that you are some sort of reality dictator. You don't even understand your own position, let alone anyone else's. Matter and Battle Rap says uh, dark matter, or whatever you want to call it, is abundant. That's why I think most major mainstream models are flawed. How were the ancients so advanced, but modern man struggles with so many things? Well, first of all, you're not even looking at a comparable civilizational model, density, complexity in any way, shape, or form. And the models back then, like, would have been largely restricted by different factors. Like, instruments instrumentation would have been the factor back then, so they leaned more into intuition, and so they're using more models like multivalent 3+1 type analysis, and try to break things down and figuring out, well, what's the smallest number of rules we can put here, and we can't put more than 5 because of, dimensional reasons. How many adjustments can we get? And then isolate what, I don't want to speculate too much, but I think it's called ether perturbations. And basically the argument is like, there's so much emptiness that it's all just emptiness, except that emptiness has intrinsic motion, and the intrinsic motion can form aggregates. And because it's this attributeless emptiness, it's extremely stable, which accounts for like tremendous amount of what we might call symmetry in these cosmological structures, stuff like Hubble's, like the fact that we can make an inference like Hubble's law, stuff like that. So the problem now is space and time's being treated as fundamental when they're not. They're emergent. They're not. They don't have causal powers either. Now that in and of itself is not necessarily a defeater, because theoretically a ground up, an accurate ground up model could be consistent and coherent, but be like landing a 747 on a dime. So I don't really know all the details. Like I can grab my model that I have and I can explain you how an ether model might work. It's just basically understanding stuff like, well, the proton's really small in relation to the electron. Okay, so particle model says we have a particle and electron and a particle proton and they're just different size protons because reasons. Oh, ether says, well, no, it's just nothing. And then a particular density of nothing, which then has a perturbation and then another perturbation that balances out the original one and the existence stasis. So it would be, I'm not saying that's the model that I endorse. I'm just saying that's the type of thinking you'd be looking at, and why it seems like, oh wow, how did they get such amazing inferences? Well, people were trained to think about things in a way that would be conducive to being really good at math, rather than just, oh, we did an experiment that proves that ether doesn't exist. It's like, that's basically like doing an experiment to prove that a line doesn't exist. Like, would that actually change anything? And the answer is, well, if no one's using the model, it doesn't really make much difference, as you can see. But at the end of the day, a model that's based on, you can look this up yourself, the three body problem's not solved. So a model based on masses orbiting and going through space over time doesn't have insights, isn't accurate, and just basically creates, I don't want to say creates more problems than it solves, but I don't think anyone is convinced that dark matter is providing any insight. And I think the Big Bang is sort of meritless as well. So I'm not going to be able to find this diagram that I made, but anyway. There are so many reasons why we struggle with these things, but like back in the day, another thing to remember is that most people would not be working on this stuff. It would only be a small portion of people. So you'd have to be kind of wanting to study it. But now it's kind of almost like you have to go to school or you don't get a job. Not you're going to school to learn a bunch of cool stuff because you're just dying to learn it. So I think if it was set up that way now, where it really wasn't necessary to go to school to make a living or get whatever, just wouldn't see it as much. So that's a lot more than just one factor. But certainly an ether approach doesn't have the same level of certainty because you have to accept a not exponentially more complexity, but you have to be okay with the idea that your first approach is necessarily going to be wrong. And you have to use your first approach to get information to calibrate for your second approach because you're just building up an approximation to a model before you transform on particular eigenmodes of reliably bounded energy and so on and so forth. So Andrew says, mind bottlenecks. That seems to be something that can be overcome gradually by learning and training. Yeah, it's mostly training. So the first step is you got to accept the teaching, which is I have some beliefs that I don't know what they are consciously, but that they predict my reaction, some of my conscious reactions to things, namely cognitive dissonance. So step one is accepting that there's some stuff there that I don't know it right now. I may have some intuition or something, but it's not known to my rational cognition. A lot of times, the problem is just it's really just deconditioning someone from the idea that they believe something. Daryl. So there's this story about somebody coming to the guru to get training, and then is begging the guru, and da da da, and the guru plunges his head under the ground, and or sorry, under the water, and because they go to the lake, and he's like, "Oh, what'd you want?" And he's like, "I just wanted to breathe," and he's like, "Ha ha, you're enlightened now." No, just kidding. But the point being there is that if you're a fucking dumbass who can't get out of your own way, there's really not much anyone can do for you. So first step, accept some principle, and then you must complete your training. So the training thing, that's kind of you get as much as you put in. Like I'm just 24/7, you know, all the time, not actively, but I'm open to the possibility. And life is not per se a marathon, it's more of a stroll. But the occasional time you have to sprint. So it's good to have that reservoir ready to go. So there's another thing that needs to be a false perception that needs to be broken is the idea that because this can really f you over for motivation is the expectation that progress has to be linear. That's not realistic. There will be times where there's not much, and then there'll be some times where it's just like, whoa, huge catapult forward. That's just how it works. That's the like principle of quantization, basically. Don't expect that. Don't expect anything other than yourself to put forward your best effort and know that your result is your effort. So the training is really, yeah. I don't know if gradually is the right word. It does take a while to get to the point where no instance of cognitive dissonance, like basically you understand as it happens all of the causes of all of the cognitive dissonance. And when that happens, it's nice and you can coast because you don't have to worry about analyzing this. Whoa, why did I get bothered by that? You can just focus on the practicing love and all that other stuff and acceptance for, again, the human frailty. Because you got like two options with human frailty. You can accept it and work on it, or you can deny it and be at its mercy. So I seem to be having trouble like going through all these messages here. And like I can't seem to scroll without passing through, but dang. Let's see what people are talking about. Daryl just cannot stop saying F equals MA. It's kind of like a proof that starts and ends with the same thing. And then the person who made the proof doesn't think it's circular. And it's like, I don't know how to explain to you that this is circular, but it is. So Dark Matter and Battle Rap asks, what if the model of gravity was flawed? Could it be flawed in your opinion? Well, it's sort of a question like, is it even possible to get a convergent model of gravity, or is there always an uncertainty interval? And so again, it's like phrasing. When we're talking about a model, it doesn't make sense to say necessarily that a model would be flawed. It would be that a model may not be adapted optimally to a domain. So like we might be able to, if we like super transcend computers, train them on astronomical data, get some, who knows, 14 component model for universal motion, and the computer can just, who gives a shit if no one can understand it? In my view, anyway, it's worth making another model that humans can understand that's not inconsistent with the universal one, but it doesn't have to be, practically speaking, as accurate, nor could it be for human implementation. A human is not a universal telescope. So for a model, I would suggest just don't think of it as models being flawed. Think of models as like what language does, only more compacted. And how well does the model reflect the reality? So intuition towards metaphor building is what we're talking about here. So model of gravity could be optimized for accuracy, but it might be at the cost of coherence, or it's optimized for coherence and there's a slight trade-off on accuracy. And that doesn't mean that they both don't have absolute accuracy. It's just that you're talking about relative convergence rates being optimized for different domains. Not just that, though, but the process of determining each, comprising a meta analysis that is itself more like the substance of the univalent understanding. Under says gravity is poorly understood still in science. It seems the gravitational wave measurement was amazing, but I don't think it shows that Einstein's relativity is true. Well, there's a problem with understanding things through the lens of Euclidean geometry and Cartesian dualism. So, first of all, if you constantly think about a Cartesian coordinate system, you're going to, whether subconsciously or consciously, start to believe that the external reality functions that way. And it doesn't. It locally can be approximated maybe to something like that, but if you don't understand why reality isn't like a Cartesian plane, you're really constrained to like special pleading for phenomenal conservatism, if you know what I mean. So the Big Bang model is an approximation. It's either right or wrong. Again, you'd have to define that. Because let's say that a model makes 50 predictions and they're all right. Is the model right or wrong? And if another model makes 60 predictions and those are all right, is that a better model? Or do you not have enough information there to answer? Because what makes a model right? My whole point that I just made just a minute ago was about how absolute right or wrong is a human illusion, and that things can be adapted through evolution to other things, but that there's a trade-off there. So it's not possible to have a model. It's possible to have a model that's adapted optimally for a computer. It's possible to have a model adapted optimally for a human. It's not possible to have something that's both of those things, because to go into one is to go away from the other. So to me, Big Bang is a theological argument. I think the idea is that of a universal atom. And that's something that I recognize from my own cosmology, because if you start with total non-dualism, you have just, it's the whole idea. It's the reasoning, start with absolutely nothing, and then you build it up complexity-wise. So after the first step of nothing, you get a cosmic monism, so the universe as one thing. you could say that that is a type of a big bang where you're, you know, bang, I have a big thought about the universe and it's cosmic monism, bro, and I've taken the step out of non-dualism, man, and whatnot. So it's sort of, I mean, everybody says this, but theoretical physics like has very much has theological undertones. So yeah, very funny that it sounds like an adult film. I might be inclined to agree with that. I guess a lot of people are saying that this stuff disproves this. What is it? This new results from some telescope, Webb telescope, disproves the Big Bang. I don't really think you can do that because the way it's set up is that hypotheses can be restructured. Because this is sort of the strength and the weakness of science is that the criterion is hypothetically able to be proven false. So the model gets falsified, you know, whether it's been falsified, I don't know. But let's say hypothetically it's been falsified because now they have evidence of stuff dating back prior to where where our models allege the Big Bang was. All they have to do is say, oh, actually, the Big Bang actually started at this point. Oops. But you know, do you believe that? Is that compelling? Again, it's down to like, what do you want from a model? Do you want a model that gives you a number for everything? Do you want a model that gives you maximum insight? Because if you want the maximum insight model, you got to reason it relative to human subjectivity. Because I mean, it's a bit hard to do. Can be done, but you wouldn't start on the hardest version of doing it. I would hope. It was only the very top meditators, like 50,000 hours of serious meditation. That's very interesting. I think a lot of these experiments underreport the effects because they are presupposing that consciousness arises from the brain, which is definitely magical thinking. How can the body make that happen with DMT? Okay, that's a great question because, like, the DMT experience actually, in a lot of ways, I think you could use that to annihilate physicalism, brain, brain physicalism, or whatever it is. There is already, I don't know if you know this, you probably do, that the body, your brain, or whatever can make DMT, and apparently it gets released upon death or something. So I'm not really sure what you mean by how can the body make that happen with DMT. Can you just like research, make what happened, or restate it, please? But yeah, just to come back to what I think DMT does is well, we got to go back to like what is the function of the brain? You know, well, got most people thinking it's this magical thing that consciousness pops out of. You know, but I'm thinking it's actually a helmet that inhibits a lot of consciousness. Okay, so here's what you got to do if you want to know the best metaphor for this is fucking great. I don't know if you're into like sci-fi type stuff, but this show that came out, I don't know, I'm forgetting the name of it. Oh yes, I've remembered. Raised by Wolves. Okay. I'm not saying it's perfect, but like there's some stuff in it that's awesome. And one of the themes is, I don't want to ruin it, like spoiler alert. I'll try not to spoil any case. But anyway, there's this um I forget what they're called. I want to say cyborg, but it's not a cyborg. Okay. It's not a cyborg. Android. Okay. The masked android. It starts out when this android shows up. It has a mask, or she, whatever, has like a, I don't know, a mask like attached where its face is normally, which eventually gets removed. And anyway, I won't spoil more in that, but that mask is a great metaphor for what the brain does. Because when I'm thinking of the brain's action on consciousness, I'm thinking of like a huge torpedo, like torrential rain force of, hyper rainbow powering upwards from the heart and just ramming up against the ceiling of the brain like some sort of totalitarian mushroom that's just like, no, you can't go there, and you can't go there, and you can't go there, and you have to look there, and you have to care about stuff like peeing every fucking however many hours. But anyway, that's how I see the brain relative to consciousness. So it's kind of like an umbrella, an an upside down umbrella. Classic. So what the DMT would be doing then is inhibiting the effect of the brain on consciousness. So what you get under the DMT, under the influence of it, is an inhibition of an inhibition. So the degree to which the inhibition is inhibited, I mean, who knows, right? That's like for the sages to think about. But yeah, through practice, the thing with these states is that you can't force them, because forcing kind of implies a type of like structural dualism. I don't really want to go into that too much, but the whole point is surrendering to non-dualism. And then obviously if you surrender too much, you can fall asleep. So it's kind of finding that space and getting the DMT to release in a consistent amount usually involves focusing on something that isn't words. So it could be literally anything. Like I've heard some people have actually had success entering lucid dreams, which is all kind of connected to DMT and stuff. Any delocalized effect for consciousness is connected to that by triggering it through a sound of some sort. So that might work. And then once you hear like ding or whatever the sound you're going to use is, remain in awareness of the sound. Because as soon as you succumb back to any type of chatter, it's going to break that somewhat stable, but still not as stable as, and this will change with time. It's only stable because it has inertia. Eventually you can switch which one has more inertia. So that's all very interesting. But yeah, Meme says, making more sense to him. That's great. And certainly having these convos helps me explain it better. And those who've followed the show for a while know that, you know, haven't always been the best at explaining things. Haven't always explained things as succinctly as I could. And that's why talking to other people is a necessary part of the process. People can help anecdotalize that. You need to have a pretty good understanding of the types. If you want to be effective, you have to have an understanding of the types of misunderstandings people are likely to have with your material. That involves talking to people. Obviously, other things like what motivates people, where their interests lie. Do you still have a hair bun like in your avatar asking for memes? I was maybe exaggerating about debates, but some form of systematic conflict inherent is, I think you're saying, Anders, is inherent in the intellect, it seems. Yeah, I think that may be part of the newness discovery. I've called it biologically, it's more like an angst that there's just, I want to eat a burger. I want to do this. I want to, whatever. In that sense, conflict, but also just in the pure curiosity and discovery that maybe there's an intrinsic conflict that arises from the illusion intrinsic to materiality and the desire for understanding that the mind has. But yeah, there's a lot of systems that look at things that way, like conflict centric, like, oh, there's, well, we gotta fight the battle within, and no, 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 no. Again, the aesthetic works for some people. I think it has its place. I personally just prefer to pursue aesthetics for their own end. I find that's most conducive to motivation. Skyworks says virtues are archetypal moral goods developed to advance social cohesion. Sure. How do you think the use of the metaverse and its technologies will affect humans in the next century? It's too early to tell right now. But it's a good question. Now we have to drill down a little to what we mean by metaverse. Are we talking about um I don't necessarily like this single serving friends phenomenon of like running between platforms, pursuing novelty, and then trying to project some additional presence into that through metadata. Like I honestly I've heard of the metaverse thing. I don't get what it is. I know it has something to do with the story. I know it has something to do with video games and just thinking of how dumb that sounds, and I don't want to talk about it right now, but what I can say for sure is that our needs, our social needs on the aggregate level aren't being met, which is causing, and so the needs aren't being met. The lack of the needs being met's not being acknowledged. So there's a subconscious drive towards need fulfillment, um, basically in perpetuity, because there's a hole. And there's nothing sort of in a lot of ways, knock wood, but nothing worse than being in a hole and not knowing how you got there. And it's hard to get out in that case. So one thing that is already happening is that the unfulfilled social needs are being met, to many times horrifying consequences by various, I don't know what you want to call them, internet sub dialects. I wouldn't even know. I haven't really thought about it, but the main thing that I'm focused on in the direction of this question right now is just that there's a huge amount of unacknowledged needs not being fulfilled and associated frustration. And so until that's met, until that's dealt with somehow, the holding the phone as though we're an extension of yourself as some sort of like soother type, like comforting device, that's just going to keep going. It's hard to see how there could be a break from the specialty communities because of how conducive they are to the perception of being understood and understandable. Under says, I'm tempted to bring in religion as an explanation for the human intellect. The fall of humanity was necessary for us to develop an intellect and individuality, or else we'd remain underdeveloped. So I don't know how you got from fall to religion. Like, how are you sort of connecting those in terms of narratives and stories and such? I would just say, the more I think about it, isn't it language? Like language as a meme, going viral. That's what did it. And that would be a necessary condition for any type of civilization as we know it. So I think it's sort of, I think a good sign is if you're clinging to one narrative to the exclusion of all others, that there's a good chance you've committed a reductionist fallacy somewhere, God forbid. So religion can be, I find, good anecdotes for historical analysis if you have the stomach for it, because then you get to see like, wow, not only is there heart of darkness, horrifying, infinity beast at the, center of everything, but it's changed form throughout history. And there's like all new dimensions of terror that help you to overcome the boringness that existence sometimes comes with. Skyberg says the unreal also has an effect on the mind and thus development. Yeah, that's another one of the reasons I think it's very important to reframe things, not in terms of realness, because that ends up getting stuck with notions of truth and stuff, which doesn't really get out of the gate in terms of any deeper understanding, but rather think in terms of coherence and resonance, and that we live in an informational universe that has a lot of structure, but that structure evolves so that the structure itself doesn't have structure, but we always want to accord structure to structure. And so we're like always sort of dealing with that perpetual ego fallacy of wanting to accord a structure to essentially unstructured memories. But religion, when it's anecdotalized through sufficient examples, I think really can tell you stuff that nothing else can. I don't know where secular people are getting insight. Um, Maybe just the study of religion itself could probably give you more insight than any other knowledge system. Don't you think you've attached yourself to certain ideas, Jen? Um, Probably. When you're alive, there's certain attachments that just come with the territory. So I'm attached to the idea that I have a body right now, and it allows me to type stuff and eat cheeses. And so it's quite a convenient attachment. So sure, I have some attachments, and I spent years transcending my pedestrian attachments. So whether I still have attachments, who knows? These ultimate ends may not be noble. Uh, does that matter if you reach a state where you don't care? Ender says something I realized recently is that definitions either become circular or an endless regressive definitions. Why the sad face? That's the best thing that ever happened. Like, I fucking love it when shit like that happens. I love it because, like, oh my God, we might actually have a chance to go beyond, beyond where we're at right now. Like, what could be better than that? That, okay, not to like diminish your feelings or anything. I acknowledge your feelings. I'm just saying, like, that is itself fucking awesome. It's just seriously like really, really, really good that that happens. Because what would it mean if definitions weren't circular? That means we could never hope to ever know anything. But now we can hope to know the structure of the circularity of definitions. And that is meta-analysis that is actually very useful. Um, Very, very useful for deeper knowledge. So it may seem depressing that conventional language lacks what would appear to lack the capacity to tell us anything about fundamentality, but can actually tell us a lot if we know where to look. Okay. Think of it like in the Matrix. Okay. So, what is that all about? Let's see if I can transfer this. I mean, it has that feeling for reason, the eeriness, because in some way it's a metaphor for something real, and that's that we have no idea what the nature of the exchanges that we have with others really is. And so the majority of what's happening is something known to us through derivative senses. But there's a thread to the fundamental ideas, and as long as you know where the thread is, you can find it, and that's something like consciousness. So is consciousness circular? Well, consciousness is self-referential, and it's circular in the sense that you start with consciousness, you go through consciousness, and you end up in consciousness. But the question is, does that actually matter? And I would proffer, say, like, aren't dictionaries circular within their languages? And if they are, is circularity really that big of a deal? So I think again, this comes back to misunderstanding about axioms. Where would circularity be a problem? Well, if you tried to prove an axiom using that same axiom, or what amounts to that same axiom, that's a specific thing, very specific. The fact that proofs are constructed from axioms to derive particular conclusions, that doesn't mean that everything isn't circular, because the proof is just part of some bigger circle. The proof appears to be, I mean, you can call it linear. It proceeds from beginning to end, but it's still within a context. Circular ultimately within the language in which it arises, and I acknowledge this is probably not a common interpretation of the phenomenon, but at some point one has to confront the limitations of language. And so circular is not the problem. Infinite circular is the problem, because if you have infinite circular, we're finite beings. We have trouble making sense of infinite things. So there needs to be some way to bring the infinite into the finite. And that's, I guess, the biggest challenge. So I don't know if anyone can see the meme. Yeah, there we go. Got made a couple of these this week. It's having, sometimes when I'm writing and I need to take a break, well, no, that's not actually how it works at all. Sometimes I just get an idea and I stop what I'm doing and I go over and work on a meme, because it just pops into my head as like, oh, this is just the right thing at this moment. I hope you can experience it someday. Maybe one day they'll program computers to come up with the most efficient way to teach children. That won't happen because it's a fallacy to delegate upwards. Because even if it can be determined some answer, why it works won't be like, the why is what the important information is. It's like the important knowledge is meta between two or more, ideally, existing lines of very well substantiated but incomplete reasoning. So the computer really doesn't know what it means to teach children well past what the programmer tells it. So good fallacy to be trained on is the fallacy of upward delegation. I'm thinking like, oh my God, computers are going to solve all our problems. It's like, that's just wishful thinking. And it actually makes it harder to use computers properly, which I think should be to help us get as smart as possible, to have the best life as possible through the virtue of being, not, I don't want to say intelligence building, but practical skills building with an emphasis on pure reason. Cartesian coordinate system must be an approximate model if reality is one wholeness, no actual separate dimensions. Yeah, exactly. We aren't really taught to think about it that way, and it's important to consider the substantial nature of space-time or what we experience and so forth. Even if ultimately the sages tell us that there's a limits to what we can come to know through that, you need to go through it yourself and experience. And that's why I can tell, like, some people, like Daryl, haven't gone through self-study at all. Because Daryl still thinks it's possible to delegate upwards, like that I'm the mother hen who's going to chew up a meal and vomit it down his throat and force him to understand. It's like, homie, don't play that shit. I'm not a knowledge rapist. Is there possibly a bit of flexibility in the universe? Yeah, there's a simulation that we have free will, and there's a lot of grudge matches that are ancient. So there's definitely a lot of flexibility within that because you're talking about quantum. So you're not talking about fixed rigid objects, you're talking about intervals of potential localization. So it's just nothing but possibility constrained by actuality. And then it just becomes a question of, well, the technology is often dangerous, so you got to spend a bunch of time training to use it. So you better be training for the right effing reasons, and you're gonna learn through training that your reasons for starting were probably garbage. So understanding that as early as possible that it's an evolving thing, and that if it's not, you're sort of misunderstanding. So it's kind of like people who use logic to undermine the principle of morality when morality comes from logic. It's like, you know, not very, it's counter to the aim of the system. Andrew says Rupert Sheldrake has proposed that the laws of nature might be habits rather than fixed. Okay, so to me that sounds unsound, mentally unsound. Um, I don't know why anyone would think that that was the sort of opinion that other people ought to hear. So talk about empirical evidence. It just, it's these kinds of opinions that makes me think that the people demanding me for empirical evidence are really just trying to deflect from the absolute dog shit status of their own position. Like the way I see it is the understanding is so low, and it's low because of rigid attachment to the Cartesian system. And so it's got tons of uncertainty, like the cosmic dark matter is not understood. You have a pile of uncertainty. Okay. Let's add more uncertainty by saying maybe the laws of nature, the things that are necessary, that are forthcoming from the causal principle, which could argue is necessary for any type of understanding. Well, they may be changed. And I've heard this for a long time, like maybe the speed of light changes. It's anecdotal special pleading that has no basis in empiricism. So, and to me, to call it a habit is weasel wording. It's not actually necessarily positing anything different. It's just muddying the waters. So it basically is of the same class of argument as like consciousness doesn't exist or even God doesn't exist. That's a bit different, but those types of things are just kind of like, this is why negative axioms as fundamental reasoning, as points of departure for reasoning, because we only have some acceptable points of departure from reasoning. Like you can depart from any point if you want, but if you depart from a pile of shit, you're probably not going anywhere good. So if you start, if you're trying to find the immutable properties of nature by presupposing that those very properties might be mutable, you might be undermining your own position. It's unclear. And language, as we've been over many, many times, is also itself unclear. So it's kind of like, shouldn't we be going towards more clarity? So like we aren't accidentally having all this massive degrees of redundancy in everything that we're talking about to the point where it's not actually people who love science who pursue it. It's people doing it for clout. How far ought one take one's personal desire for clout? Is one entitled to farm clout and think that that's an acceptable substitute for knowing something? How the universe works does not care how you think. It either works that way or it doesn't. Or language doesn't have the capacity to deal with absolutes, so it's neither. Dipshit. Andrew says smartphones have almost already made us humans become a Borg. We've become extremely heavily attached and dependent on smartphones and similar technology in the future in a way, but it's like is this really actually what you'd expect from Borg? Because to me, it's like not even Borg. Because I'm expecting with Borg that they would have the same thoughts, but with this, it's like everybody's basically talking to no one and just like scrolling through TikTok videos. Oh, sounds terrible. So, if someone wants to try to steel man the argument, um, I have no idea how you would steel man the argument against the laws of physics being fixed without changing the definition, which to me is just like, okay, great, you changed the definition. Why? To me, there's no reason to change the definition of laws of physics to something that could be mutable. That seems really weird. The best argument I could see is that because evolution is a law, um, there's always going to be a different manifestation of certain facets of consciousness based on civilizational properties that are a result of evolution. And therefore, there's a degree to which the axioms or whatever, the equations that predict the state of affairs to be maximally accurate would have to be adapted to account for change. To me, that's not a change in the laws of physics, that's a change in civilization corresponding to a law or confluence of laws, one of which is evolution. That's perfectly in line with expectations. I tend to work backwards. So show me the value of something. Now, I'm not saying you have to take my same value estimation, but you should know to some extent what's valuable because you may have to do a trade off sometime between coherence and complexity. If it's a choice between understanding something incompletely or not at all, you'd be surprised how many people go with not at all. One day people might live in virtual realities. If that happens, whatever it is, it won't be something it won't look the way that we think it will now. Like, I'm sure we have some sort of idea of probably something Matrix-like that you would, like, get plugged in. Something told me that just really it would just be really hard to get something like that working because it's just life is already so adapted that it almost seems like we're starting to technologically interfere with our evolution, which you could argue, even farming is doing that, but to the point of like implementing machines in your body. And if that would then mean you could partake in a shared reality, like these are, I have doubts about that, but who knows? Another scary idea is that we couldn't tell the difference between regular life and the metaverse. Uh, yeah, there's that. You also have that problem here, so you don't know what the real reality looks like relative to this existence either. You just have your own perception. Fall is the religious term in, for example, Christianity for the fall of humanity. Oh, okay. Because I was thinking like gravity stuff falls under gravity, so I didn't really have that association to religion. Why would people need employees if they could have AI robots? Um, Capitalism drives the price of labor to zero. A good chance human labor is just cheaper than robots. Why couldn't elected officials be automated? Again, the fallacy of upward delegation. It just doesn't work. I too am attached to ideas like clinging to beliefs, but I can quickly replace my beliefs when I see them as true in the bigger picture. Yeah, it's important not to fall into this erroneous perception that we're trying to deny our beliefs or negate our existence. It's absolutely nothing like that. It is this deep acceptance of human frailty in a lot of ways and observation of the clinging. So at first, you only experience the end of the clinging. And then through practice, you experience from the beginning to the end of the clinging, which in a way is really uncomfortable. That's why the training is really hard. And you know the stuff to help you with it, which is great. So you see the clinging there. So you've gone from just being like at the end of the clinging to perceiving the clinging as a complete thing and yourself outside of it. And it's really just the belief that the clinging is an understanding that the clinging is an effect of the body, not the mind, I think. At least for me. The clinging's still there because the body just can't not cling. Body is clingy. And so it's like, okay, clingy, riddled with weakness, gonna get comfortable in my comfy chair, my like recliner lazy boy with 10 million settings. So I would encourage people, please don't pressure yourselves to change your beliefs necessarily. Understand a very real possibility your beliefs will not change in this lifetime because there are things like I believe my older brother should respect me. Emotional shit like that. Like takes a while to get past stuff like that. Even though you can intellectualize and be like, this is dumb. Why should I care about this person's approval? They don't care about me, blah, blah. It may be possible to get past these clingtacular beliefs, but not by denying them. And only through experiencing a long period of time where they're still there, but you just don't believe in them. You don't believe them to be an essential attribute of you. You understand them to be emergent states of you interacting with your body, which is interacting with the outer world all the time. We already have AI doing a lot of work. If AI knows best, why not give an advanced version of AI total control? Have you seen Terminator? Let's start here. I don't want to necessarily start to, because I think the argument, like, if we can, if I can restructure that argument to like surrender all your struggles to the Almighty God, I'd say that's great. Do that because God has broad shoulders and there's intrinsic benevolence in the universe, which is wonderful. You can just go, God, I'm having a bad day, and you know that is wonderful. It's so wonderful that to think AI could take the place of that is a bit, I don't want to say sacrilegious, but what makes you think we could build something that could do that? And I would challenge you and others to maybe think about the possibility that that desire is coming from something in you that you haven't fully acknowledged, which is a perfectly natural desire to want to control the outcome of things. But there's this also terror with having to take responsibility for the outcome. Okay. You don't have to solve this problem tomorrow, but there's a two wolves sort of thing, situation, something to make peace with. And understanding that there's you can exert a tremendous amount of control, but it is not the way that you think that it's going to be when you're just starting out. You're going to take your time, and a lot of it is just reframing stuff to nudge you into the right alignment for your belief, because it's all there, it's all working fine. It's just through experience slightly deviated from the source that would minimize cognitive dissonance. The definition of definition is definition. If you have a problem with that, come up with a better definition. I actually did work on a definition of definition, and I got as far as it was the inference of a model. So basically, language models stuff as it is. And so the definition of a definition involves inferring a particular model from a set of pre-existing models. So that's I like that proof, kind of proof by definition. Doesn't really say much, but gives a bit of insight. Infinite circular is impossible because we can't reach infinity. For example, what's the last decimal of pi? Um, I wouldn't try to argue for infinite circular that way because then you're arguing for numerical realism. And there's very strong indication of numerological realism. Obviously, QMPT 118 and so forth, but is also, tons of incorrect apprehensions there. And so we shouldn't start necessarily reasoning from math. So the impossibility of infinite circular being okay, saying that infinite circular is impossible because we can't reach infinity. What I'm talking about isn't numbers. I'm talking about concepts. So think of it like if we did a word cloud, how many associated concepts are there with something like word like consciousness? You have awareness, feelings, thoughts, blah, 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 blah. Collate all that together, you will never reach an infinite number. See the dictionary. So what we're talking about here is not really analogous to infinite numbers. It is more analogous to particular states derived from something like a dictionary. Although obviously a dictionary has a high degree of redundancy. We haven't even gotten that deep into what language does. We're just still operating on incredibly basic supposition that language is about conveying meaning. First of all, we have to accept that's not even freaking possible. And second of all, there's tons of ways to use language to not convey, to lie with, basically. And there's no reason to believe that even more than 50% of anything abstract is actually, I'm just saying, like, how much of these abstract assertions should we lend credence to? What does it mean to lend credence to an abstract assertion? The point is that without actually going into these concepts with the person you're discussing it with, you're sort of at the mercy of, well, maybe we're sharing a concept here, but I don't know. Hero of California Experience said children should be taught by humans. Well, I think there are certain things that absolutely need the human touch. And we're social creatures, but we also have evolution. And as we evolve spiritually, part of what that journey involves, pleasure, solitude. So we have a bit of a nuanced answer here, but definitely, clearly, massive unattended need for socialization, manifesting maladaptive due to lack of acknowledgement that it's a need that's not being felt, maladaptive behavior. And I think the QRI people call it the hedonic treadmill. Hard to get off that, fried pleasure receivers. It's so hard to get the buy-in. Like, you might not feel good for months. Worth it, but also better just never to get to that point in the first place. In the future, the universal basic income might be given to people in the form of a digital coin, and UBI may be at the mercy of a social credit score of some sort. It all sounds so fanciful, but at the same time, I just doubt that it's possible to even, like, I think at some point we just have to face the finitude of resources and severely refocus our efforts on environmental preservation, just for sheer survival purposes here. Not to be too alarmist, but other stuff, getting rich off crypto, this type of shit seems like a bit of a, you know, let them eat cake tier misunderstanding. Laws of physics says habits seem speculative. To defend Sheldrake, he might base the idea on his model of morphic fields and the memory capacity of those. Honestly, I respect anyone putting their hat in the ring. It's hard to be right about this stuff when there's currents of thought like materialism. This stuff is not happening in a vacuum. Materialism, I don't know how long it's been dominant paradigm, but it sort of snowballed because, like, I'm sure even in Mendeleev's time, who was the principal contributor to the periodic table, like, wasn't materialism hadn't spread to, what it is today in terms of Well, philosophy used to be the thing that told science how to understand its stuff, and it's completely switched to science telling philosophy how to understand its stuff. How do you know whether Daryl has done self introspection or not? You can tell based on where people focus. So where's Daryl focused? So Daryl says stuff that's a lot of super critical, worthless dog shit. So when someone is super critical, that usually is a sign, or in his case, is a sign of low self confidence. So if I criticize everybody, maybe nobody will realize I'm worthless because I think I'm worthless. Again, it's not about other people, it's about his self image. Low self confidence problem has plagued a lot of people. I hate to use him for an example, but really his behavior could be better. You know, it's not just about like respecting me as a person, whatever I'm willing to take insults, just like respect yourself for Christ's sake. You have whatever you've got going on with your current understanding. You have no insight. We've already established you can't reason past equations. That's not even reasoning. That's backwards. You're supposed to reason to get equation. You're not supposed to reason from equations. So the principal reason I know he hasn't done self-introspection is that he's so unilaterally focused just on memorizing the stuff he thinks that when he says it makes him sound smart. He's far from the only person who feels this way, by the way. And once you do introspection, you still care a lot, probably, about sounding smart. I mean, it has to go to a very far point to literally not give a fuck if you sound like a fucking complete tool. We aren't all in the T-Jumpian school of Buddhism here. It has to do with the level of discourse. We've been talking for however long, and in the process, I've tried multiple times to mention the issue with understanding things through the Cartesian system. And he hasn't said, good point. I don't agree for these reasons. He's still trying to undermine the basis that a point was even made because he knows he has no basis to undermine it. So if he accepts reason, must accept my position, which invalidates any model based on straight lines. Okay. He doesn't want to do that. So it's just, it's fortress buckle down time. And you'll see this in a lot of people. It's just, mm-mm. We got to go back and we got to get reinforcements because, damn it, my belief that I'm smart has been threatened now. So I got to come. Oh, I'm gonna load up my cannon here. Evolution, bang! Formulas that are completely irrelevant about inductance, boom! And it's like, I don't want to steal on this guy and such, but it's like, it does kind of kill the vibe for people who are genuinely interested in pursuing knowledge to be harassed by what appear to be the thought police who think that it's their job, probably because it is, to tell people how to think and break the knees of consensus, so to speak. So whether Daryl's in good faith or not, I could care less, but he profiles as somebody who their principal concern is clinging to the belief that he's intelligent. And it's not a good belief to have. Like, I love pursuing knowledge. It's awesome, but I don't actively believe that I'm smart. I think if anything, it's good to kind of disbelieve that you're smart and to see the perception of, ooh, I'm smart, see that as like an ego trick where your ego is like, haha, I'm gonna get control or whatever. Is TikTok a Trojan horse? Um I'm just thinking like shades of Trojan horse. I honestly don't know much about TikTok. It seems to be something that would incentivize a lowering of the attention span. So I'd be hoping maybe it could be used at some point to sell the benefits of practices that lead to a higher attention span or an improved state of consciousness. But I don't I don't think I guess I see stuff like TikTok's more of an effect than a cause. And the cause is the belief that materialism is a viable thing to pursue on the civilizational level. Is this a channel for deep thinkers? Sure. Beliefs are spooks. It's okay to have beliefs, just don't let them have you. Well, we talk to people in philosophy and they talk about justified true beliefs, and really what it is a rationalized, valid opinion. On the other end of that, you can just say, well, beliefs are completely immutable. Two ends, probably neither is correct, and the truth is somewhere in between. Which end is it closer to? Where do you set your priors? You can shop around, but eventually you've got to become part of your own decision making process and start taking responsibility, being accountable as high up the causal chain as possible. Is this a channel for sheep thinkers or deeply fixed thinkers? I don't mind going into complicated ideas. It's about intention. So it probably does seem like a lot of stuff doesn't get talked about much, and it ought to be. It partially because I've had, if you've had the same conversation 500 times, it's kind of like, do I want to have it a 501st time? Only if, like, I taught, you know, a couple things out of math, linear algebra. I've done that thousands of times. I don't mind doing it again because it's always great. Same with philosophy. But a lot of times the intention of people is to trip me up for whatever reason, just like to play around. And I can't really hold that against people. That's how philosophy, the Socratic method is essentially trolling your opponent's position. Obviously, that people aren't going to want to admit to that, but that's kind of how I see it. And I just have to learn to like not take that personally. So definitely, I welcome deep thinkers, but other people have to show that good faith. So like, if they want me to be super open, like, are you open at all? Can you talk about the last time you changed your mind on something? Can you talk about what you believe and why? Um, Stuff like that. It's the focusing on me and what flaws I might have. Why does it matter? Let's say I have this terrible flaw. Who knows what? Really annoying. I talk too loud. That does not actually mean anything with regards to my theories. So there's a difference between a theory having utility and having correspondence to reality, and me wanting everybody else to adopt my personal approach towards the acquisition of knowledge. I would not want that. Those aren't the same thing. So I think I'm probably more fixed in the latter than the former. So I'd be more amenable to adapting a physics model than my own approach, my own methodology. I guess I don't feel like I'm vaunting that. Anders is a huge fan of technology and AI, but also now sees technology as second order construct, like believing that everything must be made of Lego bricks. Atoms that are really there might be a direct ID for reality. I love thinking about this stuff. So yeah, just back to the whether the thoughts are rigid thing. It's like, if I recognize a pattern in a series of thoughts that I know 10 steps down the line leads to a contradiction, quote unquote, to a problem. an actual problem in reasoning, wouldn't you want to know sooner than later? Maybe consider, is it possible that there's some stuff, some beliefs that would be okay to have and not have them change? I'm not saying that there are beliefs like that. I'm saying, what if, what type of beliefs would those be? And just that exploration is really valuable. Anders says infinity is an inexhaustible potential. There's at least 4 different definitions of infinity. And for definitions, I would look at implementation. What are we using them for? So in terms of something like infinity, it's really a question of, well, how many do we need to make sense of things? And right off the bat, there's a big distinction between something being infinite because it doesn't have a border, as in it has no finish, so it has no boundary, whatever, or something being infinite because there's nothing possibly greater than it in magnitude. And that's what you think about when you're thinking like, universe size. Ooh, just keeps getting bigger, bigger, bigger. Well, anything bigger, it's actually just the universe anyway. So something can be infinite, but still have a finite volume if you define infinity to be that which is without a boundary. So an inexhaustible potential for a definition of infinity, I would say that that's pretty much the definition of the mathematical infinities. Here's basically math just says here's an inexhaustible potential of numbers, and do what you will within those axioms and get some proofs. What is the smallest real number larger than 0? Not even the axiom of choice can help us pick such a number. Yeah, so clearly there's limitations. Maybe calculus can come in and say, well, for all intents and purposes, it's just dx or d whatever. That's the smallest non-zero. Or we could use a physical argument and say, well, actually, there's a differential that corresponds to something that's an actual physical limit that is derivable from speed of light being constant or something like that, fine structure constant, which actually gives us a sort of space-temporal granularity. Kurzweil has shown how technology progresses exponentially. So only in, say, 2 decades from now, the technology will be so advanced that it can clean up the environment. I would love for that to be for that to be the case, but I don't really feel like that. Like, I don't see technology as a solution to everything. I see it as a particular solution that comes with problem. And these things like the environment, I think technology can be part of the fix and so on, but it's fundamentally this is about beliefs. This is about the buy-in on the civilizational level of the value of taking care of these abstract things like the environment and really making the best effort for posterity. Cantor's infinities, and looks like we've reached the end of the messages. So that was a lot of fun. Thanks for hanging out with me. I'm enjoying this. Looks like we've gone for almost 5 hours, and then that's great. Cantor's infinities, transfinite numbers are useful, I think, but N.J. Wildberger showed the problem with that as a foundation for mathematics. Yeah, it'd be really interesting to go into just the theory of infinity, especially in the context of math, because I think it's something that we could work on and meaningfully develop right now. That I think get to the point, where there can actually be meaningful change. It doesn't all happen at once. So I kind of look at it as, well, still growing pains, still adjusting to the newness of technology, but no reason we can't start now and working to use technology possibly to validate I didn't say invent, no, I didn't say invent, better system or better approach, more flexible approach to math and physics.